Thanks. So we do have a forum, so I will call to order this December 10th Board of Nursing, Kansas State Board of Nursing meeting. Do you want to make a quick correction to the agenda from the board members that Amy Height is no longer the vice president and Stephen Peterson is the current vice president, so it's just a correction for the agenda. We do have an on-site packet. Carol?
I believe we do, yes. Yeah, we can probably talk about it when I get to it.
Okay.
Yes, thanks.
And then we do have a couple additions to our agenda. We have a member of the public who has asked to present to the board. So we will add that to our agenda after we have approval of minutes this morning. And then we have 3 executive sessions that we will fit into the agenda today. And we also have a consultant presentation that we will add to the agenda with new business.
Madam Chair, Brenda Sharp, I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you.
I'll go to the board member second.
Question in a second. Any questions? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion passes. Do you have any announcements?
Maybe just a reminder to use your outside voices is the pickup on the microphone.
Sorry, thank you. So we'll go to approval of the minutes. We'll start with the August 29th, 2025. Those were in our board packet. Give everyone a moment to review, and when you're ready, take a motion.
Madam President, I move to approve the minutes from the August 29th, 2025 board meeting as written.
We have a motion. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries. And next, we will move to approval of the minutes from the September 10th board meeting. Also in the packet.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes from September 10th, 2025 board meeting as written.
Salisbury second.
You. A motion and a second. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries. Great. Thank you. So let's then just move to our first edition, and I'll ask Terry Roberts if you'd like to come up to present. We can. Oh, Terry, and then if you just want to introduce yourself, then we'll have about 10 minutes here for presentation and questions.
Thank you. I'll lay out all my stuff. Okay. First, my name is Terry Roberts, and I'm a registered nurse, and I'm here representing Terry Roberts, registered nurse. Okay, no one else. Kendra, when I made the recommendation to get on the agenda, Carol told me I had 15 minutes. Okay, can I have 15 minutes?
We can have that 15 minutes. I just want to make sure that that includes time for discussion, time for questions. There's questions.
I'd be glad to do that. I set it up so I have 15 minutes. I'll try to stay within that time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm a rule follower. First off, I want to thank you for allowing me to present. Second, as appointed members of the Board of Nursing, I want to thank you for serving, okay? You may not feel that way when you hear my presentation, okay? Some of you are going to think it's brutal. Those of you who know me are going to know that it's pretty routine for me. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. That's not my style, okay? I also wanted to make, and I don't deliver on humor, but I'm glad to see the cookies. When Blue Ball was the exec, she always brought all these goodies to the December board meeting, okay? And I do have a December board meeting example I'm gonna give, so I just thought I would bring that up. It was always very nice that she did that for everybody, okay? First I want to talk about the DOE issue. I didn't see it on your agenda. I now know you've gotten the nursing community's report. I don't know if you've had time to read it. I'm sure maybe you've seen the news about this. The reason that I wanted to be on about it and talk about it is because I had an early information about it, okay? You never know what the impetus for these things are, and I still don't know exactly what the impetus was, but back in April, and I chair a policy committee at the federal level on two of them for the Integrative Health Policy Consortium. Those are the group of non-medical providers, non-medicine providers, naturopaths, acupuncturists, yoga, different chiropractors, all their national leaders and policy people are on it as Partners for Health, and I chair their policy committee. The naturopaths brought it to our attention in April and said, hey, there's something going on at the DOE. And in the briefing documents we got, it really was about, they were trying to, this is my opinion, discredit for example, the naturopaths programs that they were going to have to now report to the DOE because people got loans for those programs, how long it took after a naturopath had graduated to pay back their loans, what kind of income they made for the first 3 years, right? And in the briefing document, it said, okay, they're not going after nursing. Okay, now these are people who attended those meetings, okay, where the DOE was talking about this. So I was thinking, okay, this is good. So when the big beautiful bill came out and they then reverted, I went back and I heard a briefing by the ANA lobbyist about the RISE committee meetings following what happened in April. They said, oh, there was a complete departure, which means we then came under, we're not gonna be excluded. We're now gonna be included in the lower loan rates, okay? The good news is the nursing community has responded. And I will tell you what Jennifer Mensick Kennedy, the president of ANA, said, and I thought this was humorous. I was at a meeting 3 weeks ago when she said it. She said, yeah, we've gotten a call from the DOE asking for the emails to stop. And my response to her was, because I had told them about this April notice that I'd received from the naturopaths about this, what was going on at the DOE. And the DOE is being dismantled, okay? It's, a lot of shifting. So I said, being a disruptor with emails is not a bad idea. And I shared with them what we did here in Kansas with the fax machines. And one time there were 3 fax machines at the legislature, Senate office, House office, somebody else's office. And all the advanced practice nurses had fax machines. And there was a 22-page minimum, 22-page report from the federal government about the effectiveness of advanced practice nurses. So we asked our members to start faxing that to individual legislators through those fax machines at the House and the Senate, okay? Well, we had tied it up for three days. And back then, thermal paper, folks, okay? Yeah, I got the call. And I said, yeah, no, not until that bill gets out of committee are we going to stop faxing. So, disruption is sometimes effective. And that's what I told Jennifer, the president of ANA, about this. But the good news is there's nurses who believe we were not listed as professionals, or we were never listed as professionals, okay? This is not new, okay? This list is probably, I want to say I read it, is probably from the 80s where they defined who the professionals are, okay? But early on in the discussions, we were not gonna be touched. And now it's, you know, it's a lot of disciplines. So it still has to go to regulation, which means it'll be filed in the Federal Register, and I'm sure the nursing profession is gonna step up to say things and make comments and people to respond that nurses in graduate nursing programs need more than 100,000 to be able to take out loans to get through school, okay? Now, that may not be true in our state, but on the East and West Coast, that's the reality. So I just wanted to share that. You now have a report. It's, Mary put it in her on-site packet under it's called the Nursing Community Coalition. It's letters to Congress people. It relates to the DOE proposal, okay? But it's not over with, okay? So the next thing I want to talk about is the media that we've gotten as a profession. The media, when the media quotes a legislator threatening to defund this agency, that is worrisome. It's worrisome to me because I've monitored this agency since 1985. And it was either a slow day in the media or there's some concerns, okay? So that's another reason that I'm here today. Now, I want to talk about regulators. What's your role? Your role is to set minimum standards, not excellence, minimum standards, and to discipline, not punish, nurses. You are not cheerleaders for the profession. And I have heard some of you, when you're introducing yourselves, why you got onto the board, why you applied, that you want to, you know, promote nursing. Yeah, no, that's not your job on this board. Okay? On this board, you're to set minimum standards and to discipline nurses who violate our Nurse Practice Act under the pretext that we're going to protect the public. Okay? Serving requires you come prepared for the decisions you will need to make. Read the material that staff prepares and come prepared for discussion. Ask for additional information if necessary at the meeting. Now, I've been monitoring this since 1985, okay? I can tell when somebody's not read their packet, when the questions they ask, or either they just don't understand it. And I think it's important that you be fair to the staff who pulled all that together to come prepared. And if you can't do that, if you can't read your materials and come prepared, you need to resign and let someone on this board who will do that work. It's heavy lifting. I know that, okay? I read it all too. The next thing I want to talk about are your transparency issues. Now, all of you, and Andrea read this at the last meeting, you have a board member pinning an oath of office ceremony speech, okay? And in it, it talks about your core values. It's also in your annual report that's in one of the attachments. Your core values are integrity. We act with honesty, sincerity, and fairness. Transparency. We promote open and effective communication through the ongoing interchange of ideas and information. Now, I'm sure I don't have to explain to you what the word transparency means. It's characterized by visibility or accessibility of information, especially concerning business practices. Does this mean sometimes or all the time when it's convenient? You cannot claim transparency, then pick and choose the items you favor transparency for. Now, I'm not suggesting that your system's security analyst report be a matter of public record. No. But I'm going to give you 4 examples in the past 2 KSBN board meetings, this one and the September one, where in my opinion, transparency was not upheld and should have been. But first I need to explain the Kansas Open Meetings Act law a little bit. I'm sure you've been briefed on it. But it's important to me to say it so that you understand my examples. Okay? The Kansas Open Meetings Act requires that if a majority of a committee, like a majority of this board, which is 11, it's only 10 now because you've had a vacancy for 540 days of a public member. If 6 or 7 of you are on a committee, that means it's an open meeting. So this is an open meeting, okay? If you only have a committee of 3 and 2 people are on that committee, it's an open meeting. Okay? 20 years ago or more, I was sitting at this December meeting. The board decided they were gonna go up for like a luncheon or a kind of a thing for the staff, okay? I'm sitting in the back, I may have been the only one at that meeting that day. The investigative committee starts their report. And as they finish their report, they make this list of all these policy recommendations that they're making. And I'm sitting there going, are you kidding me? They did this behind closed doors? That's not cool. So as soon as it was done, the attorney was still here. So I talked to the attorney and he said, Terry, there's clearly been a COMA violation. I said, yes. He said, what's your remedy? I said, well, they need to have an open investigative committee meeting. He said, okay. He goes, well, when they come back, I'm gonna have to take them into executive session to explain to them that we have violated COMA. Because when you violate COMA, when you become aware of it, you have to announce it. And you have to announce, I don't know, if the remedy or whatever. So that's how we got an open investigative committee meeting where policy decisions only, well, you can discuss other things, but they're to be discussed there. They're not to be discussed in quasi judicial or confidential meetings where you're talking about disciplinary issues. Okay? I'm talking about discussion, not bringing up, oh, we need to put that on the agenda for the open meeting. Okay, that's an example. So the first example I want to give you was at the September board meeting. And again, these are professional. I'm making these professional comments. They are not intended for any one person. I'm just putting it out there. On the agenda was a fee proposal increase. I personally had taken that and shared that with the legislative committee of the Kansas State Nurses Association. It was in the agenda, it was on your formal agenda, and it was on the finance committee agenda. 3 or 4 pages of the proposal to increase the fees, okay? I actually had an idea about that. I'm not going to go into it because when I got to the finance committee meeting, there was a motion to remove it. Okay, no discussion, just a motion, the second. They removed it. So when the meeting was over, I asked the chair, or I might have even done it during the meeting, why did you remove the fee proposal? And here was the answer. Because we had a motion to remove it. Okay, I get that. I'm not stupid. Okay, I wanted to know what the rationale for removing it was. Staff clearly did a lot of work putting this fee proposal together, and it was put on the agenda. There was no discussion during the motion, and I wanted to know if it was premature. I mean, all I could have had to say was, we didn't think it was the time, something. No answer. Okay. I thought the transparency in that was weak. The statutes task force that Brenda has put together. So there was a deliberate decision to close the meeting by only appointing one investigative committee member. Now, I have no proof, but if I were to give conjecture about how this came about, it might have been discussed privately by 2 members of the investigative committee before it was announced. And a clear understanding that only one member of the investigative committee would be on it, so that the law of COMA would not apply and the meeting would not be open to the public. If that is what happened, and I don't know that it is, then that in and of itself might have been a violation of COMA. When I asked to come to that meeting, I put a notice in for being invited to be noticed about the meeting. I was sent a letter that was obviously written by counsel that this doesn't qualify as a COMA meeting because there's only one investigative committee member on. Okay, well, that was planned. Okay, now does that sound like transparency to you? And I also want to tell you that there's no doubt in my mind that 2 of the stakeholders, because I've asked them, but probably 3 of the stakeholders have never so much as been to a disciplinary committee meeting. Okay? Additionally, the Director of Operations report to the board this time indicates that the survey results regarding the grace periods, you did a survey of the licensees, was only going to be shared with a certain set of individuals. Okay. Now, why is that? Why isn't it available to all of you? What survey you did? I don't know if it was a valid survey or reliable survey, but you did a survey. And in his report, he says, well, we're only going to give it to certain people. I'm like, okay. Again, that's not transparency. Okay? You need to work on transparency. That's my opinion. We're interested in this, and right now you're under fire from the legislature, and that's not a pretty position to be in. Andrea, I have 3 more things to say. Would you permit me to say them? They're short. Sure. Okay. The investigative committee reviewed just culture policy making grids, what we call rubrics, from North Carolina. They're dated 2020. They look excellent to me. I think moving to just culture, and this has been talked about before when they came back from NCSBN meetings and they reported on briefings that were there on just culture, that you moved to just culture for discipline. Okay. Also, yesterday at one of the committee meetings, there was a question from a non-board member about conflict of interest and whether or not she could make recommendations, should make recommendations, whatever. And when staff was answering that question, it was clear to me there may not be a policy on conflict of interest, because you do have public members on committees, as well as you all, that when you're voting on something or considering something, approval of a school of nursing or, CE application, that you might have a conflict of interest. So, or a bias, either one is problematic. And if you have a COI, you are ethically bound to self-disclose that. Hey, I have a conflict of interest. And I thought it was impressive that this pretty new committee member brought this up, who was a member of the public, who said, gosh, if I have a conflict of interest, what does it look like and how do I report it? So I do think you need something related to conflict of interest that everybody understands and complies with. Okay, thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on our agenda for consent agenda. Consent item agenda. Do you have any consent items? No, nothing. Okay. So we'll move on to agency reports and we will start with Carol, executive officer.
Thank you, Madam President, board members. You do have my staff report for your interest, and I have taken some actions, about collaborative relationships with other nursing and healthcare organizations and state agencies in Kansas, and I've kind of listed them there. Mentor to the executive director at cosmetology. I attended a couple of different summits and different things like that, so I'm not gonna go through all of that, but let you know that I am working on that. And I think truthfully say 90% of my time probably has been spent on legislative engagement this time. Testified at the second government oversight meeting. We have not had any more of those. I don't believe there's a plan to have any more of those. We did submit answers to the third set of questions that they gave us and did not hear anything else out of that. So no more questions anyway. Worked on the budget, submitted that to the Division of Budget. The Division of Budget concurred with the budget that I submitted. So right now it's with legislative research being looked at in preparation for the governor's budget. The legislature did have this special committee on state budgets that they had some agencies over there to present on. They did not have the pre-funded agencies. So I believe the next step probably for us is the budget hearing on the House side and the Senate side. And those usually take place fairly soon after the session starts so that they can start working on the budget. So that's what I know on the budget. We did have another meeting about the legislative post audit that was done, and that was with the Joint Legislative Post Audit Committee. And just for a report out, got good results. So I think that's good. And then I have been participating in the statute review task force. I watched the special committee on commerce when they had discussion on interstate compacts. And that was really rather interesting because, you know, there's more and more compacts coming into Kansas that are being approved. And one thing that I know some of them have a concern about is they lose control about those compacts at the state level. And so there was comments and there was some discussion about that. There was also another discussion that I thought was very good. As we need APRNs in the state of Kansas so bad, so why don't we have an APRN compact? Of which there is an APRN compact. I think there's another step we would probably have to take before we could even try that, and that is to get full practice authority for the CRNAs, because right now they have prescriptive authority, but they do not have full practice authority. And the compact, they would have to have that. But so maybe that's something in the future. Attended the meeting that Terry was talking about with the North Carolina Board of Nursing regarding their Just Culture journey. One thing that happened last week was the committee on the special claims against the state. 3 nurses brought claims forward to that committee against the Board of Nursing. And glad to say that they were not awarded those claims, but spent some time with that. And then Rachel, Adrian, and I have spent, I would say, a bit of time meeting with individual legislators to just kind of understand their concerns about everything that they're hearing about the Board of Nursing, answering questions, letting them know the actions that we're doing, plans that we have. And it's been very interesting. They have been supportive, wanting to know a lot more information from us if there is a bill that is introduced over there in January. Because we have really stressed to them a couple of points, and that is any negative consequences that would come out that would affect our participation in the compact. That would be detrimental to the state of Kansas to lose the compact. And then also we have really helped them to understand that we want to collaborate with any legislation that's introduced. But so far, we have not been included in evidently the legislation that's being talked about across the street. So we are still meeting with different legislators, and we've met with a lot of the leadership right now, and we're gonna start on the health committee. So we've been doing that. Did do a little bit of professional development, attended a leadership and supervisory issues course. That was very helpful, and that was very good. It was kind of timely because a section of it was crucial conversations. And I would say some of those are taking place, so it was very helpful. I just listed there the upcoming NCSBN meetings, just to draw your attention. The mid-year is before our March meeting. The mid-year is March 16th is when it the NLC, and then the mid-year for NCSBN is March 17th through the 20th. Those are both in Phoenix. So if there's anyone that wants to go, I would imagine right after the first of the year, it will be open for registration, but we will not be able to wait until March because the meeting is after this. So just kind of think about that. And then the other ones are listed there, the annual meeting. The dates are there, August in Chicago. And I do have the onsite that is actually under Carol, not Mary. I want to point that out. But anyway, I did include an onsite packet and did kind of talk a lot, like Terry said. I included the information on the Nursing Community Coalition document that was submitted, and I put it in here because I wanted you to be aware of it. NCSBN is also one of the organizations who signed in on this. And of course, that kind of represents all of us at a national level. So I wanted to make you aware of that. NCSBN is following this very closely. And so we're kind of keeping in the know about that. I think that's all I have. Do you have any questions?
Check. Point of clarification for the APR and compact. They're pretty standardized. They're driven by the VA. So in order for all of that to be, it was introduced last legislative session and then pulled. I wouldn't say necessarily because of the CR base. So just as an FYI to everybody who sits around the board. That point of just informational. I do have a second question. How many legislators have you talked to?
I'd say maybe
I
15.
could find the exact number.
Yeah.
We got it on our notes.
Yeah,
I think it's close to 15.
I would say close to 15. Some of them did not want to set up a meeting until they were closer to starting the session. I know that some of them said they wanted to wait until they were into, yeah.
Okay, and then my other follow-up is that both sides, House and Senate.
Yes, we have that.
Mhm.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Thank you, Carol. We'll move to Adrian, Director of Operations.
Okay, thank you, Madam President, members of the board. You'll see my report in your packet. And I'll draw your attention to one of the sections underneath the administrative update that I think is kind of important because it does talk about the strategy of the Board of Nursing IT anyways. Every year we submit a 3-year IT plan that projects out forward some of the initiatives that we're looking at and also highlights some of the the successes and those sorts of things that we've done. I included in this particular report just the one that includes KSBN, but if you want to see the full report of the state, I've added a link onto that report where you can go and kind of measure us up against our colleagues of like to see how far the board, I think the Board of Nursing is progressing as compared to maybe even some of our like colleagues. So kudos to that, and it is a good strategy for us to move forward and puts us in a relatively good light with the state, I think. On the national level, I've attended a few meetings for NCSBN, also authored a couple, in my spare time, authored a couple articles in their Journal of Nursing Regulation and In Focus magazines, have done some presentations and the like on the state level. One of the meetings that I've been attending pretty closely for KSBN, but also for all the non-regulatory boards, is the seating member of the ITEC, which is the Information Technology Executive Council. I've been participating in the Senate Bill 291 hearings, which talks about consolidation of IT on the statewide effort. And I believe, if I'm understanding what has came out from some of these hearings, it appears that they're going to sundown this particular bill for the time being because there's going to be some administrative changes and those sorts of things at the governor level coming up. So they weren't real keen on doing a lot of disruption, which included removal of the IT staff from the agencies. So I think for now, that's kind of on hold. But there are some things that we're recommending to the state in terms of cybersecurity and even some standardization of applications to bring down the cost, not just for KSBN, but for the entire state. So, we'll align where it makes sense and, try to stand out on our own in areas that it makes sense for that as well. Another update on the information security. First, I want to thank all the board members for doing your test. I know it's a tedious thing, but it is a requirement of our audits, and it's going to be nice to be able to show that that was done. So thanks for getting that done before this meeting. Another success that we had for Senate Bill 66 that deals with a statewide licensure verification system. There was an effort by the state to merge or to have a single point of reference for license verification for professionals. Not all agencies are in that system yet, but we are contributing to it. We much prefer them to use Nurses e-Notify because it is the national perspective, or use our own, but this is a third option at the state level that we are participating in. So we now have multiple verification sources so people can check their expiration dates, their licensure, when it's time for them to renew. All of these are available via multiple platforms now. So that is there. You'll hear coming out of finance about the legislative post audit. We had a successful audit, I thought, and received good kudos from both the legislative post audit committee and the Joint Information Technology Committee. So they did have a few recommendations that were more administrative in nature, like policy and updating some guides and those sorts of things. And then just a few little tweaks here and there. But we've done a really good job. The staff, Colton, Tony, everybody in the office. It's a whole of office effort, and even including the board. And so I thank everybody for their work on that, because that's really helped us out in the long run. And with that, a small little update. This is more procedural and operational, but somebody tried to portray Carol. You know, there's that happens, you know, where people will try to target individuals and they'll send out an email and it'll say Carol Moreland, but it might be cmoreland@yahoo.com or whatever. So just be mindful of when you receive those, maybe just do a quick little double check and see where it's coming from. Just to make sure that it is in fact who it is. It's just a thing that people do. It has nothing to do with the exposure of the system. It's just people doing, trying to be sneaky. And then also for your board laptops, there's been a lot of updates. I apologize. We have a lot of security stuff going on right now. So in just the industry in general, Dell, Microsoft, all of our products that we use receive multiple updates as exposures happen. So you may have some updates that Tony will probably come down during lunch or something to take a look at the machines. But if some of you have already done it, so I appreciate that. The biggest thing that has happened this quarter, I think, is we successfully launched the eVoke for investigative discipline, complaint portal, and board portal. And I told the finance committee that we're doing the slow and steady wins the race kind of deployment. We didn't do the big bang where everything's out there, because there wasn't a data conversion. It's more of a slow step in. Kudos to the entire staff, discipline, investigative, board, everybody who had involvement into that project. It's a big one for our agency, and Linda will probably hit a little bit on it in her report. But it's really a big win for us, and we're happy to see that go live. Another area that I'd like to point out that has been added to the webpage is part of the action plan and some of just general information for that matter. The agency is, we had Colton create what we call the KSBN Information Center. When you go out to the webpage, you'll see like a little button that says KSBN Information Center. And if you click into that portal, it has various informations like our current action plan for some of this stuff that we're doing. We're keeping history of that. And then really, we've had some comments from the public that, you know, they sometimes have a hard time finding, you know, the staff directory or something like that. We're taking a deep dive look at our website, but as a quick, you know, guide of transparency, we're making all of this available into a single page so that people can find some of the information, hopefully relatively quickly, and get what they need, including some of the statistics for licensure and those sorts of things, or links to the grace period survey that we did. You can find all of that information on that page. And so we'll be adding and tweaking as the days go by, but that's a nice little addition to the website, I think. And other than that, you know, there's just a lot of things going on right now. So we're looking at, and we'll hear about it in finance, but we're looking at the licensure system upcoming soon. So that's another project we'll talk about in just a little bit. But other than that, I'll stand for any questions.
I just had one comment.
Mhm.
These sites that you talked about, we can go and verify.
Mhm.
You can also sign up for them to remind you.
That's great.
As mine has been coming up, I think I got 5 different reminders. Sarah, from the State Board of Nurses. It just seemed like everybody was on board with it.
That's good to hear that. I've been doing some looks at the statistics. You know, one of the things that we've been doing with this Nurses E-Notify system, it is an opt-in as opposed to opt-out. And the board of directors is meeting this week, at which we have submitted a request for an opt-out instead of an opt-in. I don't know where they're going to land on that. I may hear today or it may not. I don't know. But we have spoken. I've personally spoken to the leadership at NCSBN about the importance of this. And I think it's not just for Kansas, but it's for everybody really. And that's part of the perspective. They have to look at it from all of those angles as the board has to look at it from a, 10,000 foot view and how it'll impact the systems and those sorts of things. With that being said, we have a push notification system ourselves, but it has went out of business, or this particular group has went out of, they're shifting their business model, so they're not offering that anymore. It became a little bit problematic when the compact came in because we only have Kansas licensees in our Kansas system. And if we tell somebody, for example, to renew their Kansas license, but they really have a Missouri license, then they're paying for something they don't necessarily need and really shouldn't have. And so that was part of the problem of why we shifted to the e-notify, because it's an entire system and it's done from the upper level and you can see every license. With that being said, we are looking at some potential solutions. One is very expensive, would only be for about a year. Because we're gonna build all of this into the new licensure system, which I think is better to keep it inside of a system that knows itself, as opposed to bolting on all these other services to our old platform. It doesn't make a lot of sense fiscally for us to do that. With that being said, we are looking at a solution. We're also trying to work with the licensing vendor that we have now to see if maybe there's a process that we can do. We did a test manually at the end of November. With it being the holiday, we were a little afraid with the 4 days that were out and it happened to be the end of the month that people would be forgetting their license. So thankfully, Tony and Colton worked on a project over the holiday weekend, a little note, to push that information manually to those nurses to the best of our ability. And when I went back and looked at the statistics to see the difference between those that received the postcards or e-notify or those things, we had one person change between December and November. And actually, historically, about 300 or so either go into lapse or maybe they have a multi-state and they don't need a Kansas license anymore. We had one person difference. So we did all that work over the weekend for one person. Now, well, that one person's important to us, but it just kind of shows that, okay, well, we're doing these efforts, we're trying to make things happen, even if it's a manual process. The solution is automation, honestly, but we need to have time, resources, and the ability to get that done through the state procurement and security office. So that's what we're doing, and we're working towards it.
And in the meantime, I think there's information on the website about nurses, like
Mhm.
the available resources that nurses have to help inform themselves about those expiration dates.
Yes, we put it on the website. Linda takes it to Janelle and Carol, everybody takes them out when they're doing presentations. There's a flyer on the back table there. I've done a newsletter. I've done a write-up in the national newsletter. Andy puts it in our newsletter. It's been in there for probably 3.5, 4 years at least. It's on our footers of our emails.
We put that in when we get asked about questions.
Social media. Thank you, Andy. Linda's team reminds them when there is unlicensed practice, they remind them that there's these options. When we speak to employers, we're really pushing that. And I will say that the employer part of the system, now granted, it's not just Kansas nurses, but at least that have Kansas nurses, there's 50,000 people in this. And so that are 50,000 Kansas licenses in that. So that's a large group. I mean, we only had, not only, but we have, 70-some thousand people. That's a majority that's in there from the employer perspective, and from the individuals that are registering on their own, we're getting close, I think, to almost 25,000. So, what we're thinking we're gonna maybe do is, if permitted, is to try to send a blast out from the e-notify system to everybody that is not registered and say, please, go here and register if the opt-out version isn't approved. If it is approved, then we'll do it from a different perspective. I will tell you that I am having a lot of conversations with other agencies, legal counsels, about this topic. As you might imagine, they've been watching. And so, they're getting ideas from us to help other professions in Kansas as well.
one other thing on that was, and I understand that, we need to, at this point, still go and verify that it went through. It wasn't a pay issue type situation. So when we get those, we look at those closely and take that into consideration. But I understand we're moving towards, you did it.
Well, that's, yes, that is one of the things that we're looking at, is to see if, we do have a confirmation page that has been reported, that
Right,
there is a confirmation
there
page.
is, you can.
There's a confirmation of the email as well. I don't know how many times on that website it actually tells them to look and, verify. That being said, we would like to maybe do some sort of a follow-up to tell them to check your portal. Or you mean they could check the portal, or they can go in and verify the license for that. And likewise with the employers too, that's one of the areas that we are hitting on. But yes, we're looking at all avenues at Golden and Tony and us. So we've been meeting multiple times a week with our vendor, working on the projects, but this is one of them that we're working on. Obviously, we do want people to renew. I mean, that's not what we're not saying that we're trying to hide anything or anything like that. We want people to renew their licensure. We want nurses and PTs. That's why we're here. We want them to be in the workforce. And so we want to do everything possible to do it. But we do have a very small staff by comparison to some agencies. So, we're limited via time and revenue on something.
I also run 2 separate reports, usually once a week, to catch any payments that either are partially or completely unallocated. Or if they've done a new application as opposed to a renewal, so that we can reach out to them and kind of jump on that before. But yes, it's quite amazing how many we see that we have not heard from the nurse. So we're trying to catch it on the back end as well. That if there's a payment or a fee, or and we know it's a renewal, then, so we're trying to get better at that on the back end as well.
And we're doing, research into areas we hadn't really thought about before. One of those is with our printing plant that actually prints the little notices that go out. I asked them for a list to see if, what I was trying to deduct is to see if I could see who wasn't receiving the emails, or not emails, the notices. Or who went to a forwarding address, because we're getting a lot of them returned. Where people move and they just don't tell us to move. They don't think to tell their board of nursing, hey, I've moved. And so our logic was originally was that if we didn't hit them at the physical address, then if they're any notified and all of that, we'll probably catch them on the email side of things. But if they registered with their employer and they moved their house, and then both of those change, we suddenly don't have a way to notify them. And so, we've looked at text. Text is very expensive. It's really expensive to do push texting. Plus, it opens the potential for fraud. And so that's one of the areas you got to be real careful. I would ask, I bet every one of you in here has got the text message from Department of Transportation saying to update your K tag and to click here. Almost every time I say that, every room has everybody says they got it. And that's the example that we want to avoid. We don't want that going out as something that looks like it's coming from KSBN when it's not, like the Carol fake emails scenario. If that were to happen, we have no control over that, because it's a bunch of hackers out there trying to steal data and information, where it would be reported as if it was coming from us and we would have nothing to do for it. So we have to think outside of the box a little bit to make sure that every action doesn't have an equal and opposite reaction to what we do. And so that's why we're looking at, like, maybe there's a way we can get a list of people that move. Maybe there's a way we can look up, the Social Security death index and nurses and, maybe, I don't know, we're just thinking of a lot of different things that, we just didn't honestly think of before. We are human. We have a lot of computers, but there's humans behind them.
Any other questions for Adrian? Okay, thanks, Adrian. Just move down the line to bring in for licensing.
Thank you. Okay, so you will see in my report, the number of license total that we issued. You will see, I tried to put a difference between the different board meetings. We're kind of in our lull right now. The September board meeting was a little bit better because we have that July graduation, that June, July graduation, period. I suspect the March board meeting will be up again because we will have all of the December grads. Interestingly enough, I talked to Karen the other day and she said it doesn't feel like a lot of people have applied. Some of the schools have just now submitted their applications, so, which is actually almost better for us because that way we don't get hit so hard once we graduates at the same time. So that's a little bit better for us. As far as time wise, because then everything will hit at the same time. They will normally apply at the same time, test at the same time, transcripts comes at the same time, so. We should be able to work that a little bit. Plus, it's the holidays, so if we have problems with the school, the schools are on Christmas break, so. But I expect that number to go up. Also included all of the renewal statistics, so that's where most of our traffic comes from. And then the total account of the nurses. For my additional licensing division updates, what I tried really hard from the last board meeting to do is I really want to keep you guys informed of the changes that either the staff makes or I make for the licensing staff. So because most of those big changes you might hear about down the line. So I just want to work on my transparency so that if you guys do get emails from applicants, you know what I'm talking about. So one of the things, and I've already gotten approval, I've spoken to Carol and Adrian about this several times, and I just have not had the time to do it, but I will get this done before the end of the year. The APRN, the clinical hours, when the program requirements changed, I want to get a form together from us that basically just states that they do or do not meet those requirements. They will have someone from their school sign it. It's closer to the authorization to test early, but it's just a blanket statement. They don't have to have anything from their school come up with something, but it says they either meet or do not meet. That way, since the program requirements changed March 21st, we probably won't see. I probably won't see those until maybe next year because those were already in the program. But I will get that done. It will be easier for the applicants and also easier for us as well, I think. In the last program administrator meeting, I did take the ML1 and I showed them the system. I really wanted them to get a feel for it because, those are going to be our biggest numbers when people start applying as those students. I had a lot of good ideas from them. We did add a Pearson VUE registration reminder for them. Because a lot of times the students, they register for Pearson VUE and then they contact us and say, well, I'm not eligible. And we say, we don't have an application, so we can't do anything for you. Even though every time we go to a program administrator meeting, we always say application, and the schools are always like, yes, application. But we're just trying to kind of make that a little bit easier for them, give them more reminders about the outside things that they have to do so that when we get everything and we can make them eligible, we can make them eligible. We also added definition of a monitoring board, which we had talked about, because we have a lot of the students particularly say yes to this question because they believe since the school is being monitored by KSBN, that should be a yes, even though it's, drug, alcohol, related assistance, Kansas Nurse Assistance Program. But we do get several students that say yes to that. I mean, I think we even had a whole class say yes. And we went back to the administrator and we're like, don't say yes to that if that's something separate. So we've tried very hard to work on that as well. Because that affects, investigative, because if they say yes, even though it's a mistake, we have to send it over to investigative because we don't know. So it just puts a lot of extra work. One of the other things that you guys, I know, we've talked about during board meetings, the KVI audit and how right now we have to do separate record checks. Because if you are doing the advanced practice, you have a waiver. And if you're doing an RN or an LPN, you have a separate waiver. I just wanted to put that on your radar because if they are doing, if they come in and they do their multi-state or their RN and then a month later they turn around and do an advanced practice, they have to do a brand new fingerprint check because it's a separate license, it's a separate record check. And so I just I just wanted to kind of put that out there because, you know, I have had several conversations with Molly. I work with Molly Bickle at the KBI very closely on how we can make this less complicated, but unfortunately, when you're talking record check and issuing a license, it just has to be done. So, you know, one of the good things is if they do the RN and the advanced practice at the same time, they can submit one fingerprint and, you know, all their waivers, we can run it that way. But 9 times out of 10, you're either doing one or the other. So that's just unfortunate right now, and it's just something that we're having to work through, but I wouldn't be surprised if you guys hear about that. So, one of the other things that I know I've talked about, Janelle's talked about several times is CGFNS or foreign educated applicants. What we are seeing, or what I have seen in this last quarter, is there are a lot of people who have initially gotten their foreign education and then they have since come to the United States and they have gone on to get their bachelor's or their doctorate. They want to use that education for their education for endorsement. And unfortunately, sometimes depending on the school, if they've gone to an online school or we can't verify their curriculum, we have to have the CGFNS reports, and a lot of them do not like that answer because of the fact that they feel like, you know, they've gone on to get all of these degrees, still have to see the initial education. And so I just wanted, CGFNS sometimes is it's a very sticky thing. Because I know it is very expensive and it takes a lot of time for them to get those education documents, and some of them cannot. I will tell you that in all of these situations, I do bring those to Carol and Janelle. We talk about it. We figure out, you know, what we have to have and what we can get. There are a lot of situations with licensing where I have taken things to Carol and to Janelle, and, you know, we are trying to be helpful as much as we can.
And Ray, just to add, we did add the IEE, just a little less expensive, has a better history, so I'm gonna try to do more education on that on the website. That's a to-do, but.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that, I think, next week.
Can you say what IEE is?
It's International Education Evaluators. It's the one we approved. I think we approved them in June. We've since talked with them. They've given us, you know, access to the same way we have to CGFNS, the reporting system. We've been able to look at and see how things are stored. We know that we can go get that at any time. So it doesn't expire for them. It doesn't go away. They don't have to pay again. To do
Because I
that
think
report.
CGFNS is only every 5 years. Do they keep it?
They may
5
keep
years
it
or
for a
every
while,
3?
but they can pay an extra fee. And it's not a little bit, it's, you know, I think $400 or $500. Yeah, for them to keep it. So they put it in so that if they need a new report, they don't have to pay the, whatever, I can't remember what the other fee is,
The initial.
initial fee, to get another report. Cause sometimes they'll send it to us and 2 years later, they submit for well, that report isn't current. So they might have to go, or they've given it to somebody else, they've been licensed in another state and they come to us, we still need the CGFNS. And they have to go back and request it again. So i.e., I think that is one advantage to that system. So I think we're gonna try and do more education on that as well. I think it'll help them.
We will always have that struggle, especially with endorsement applicants who are already licensed in another state, because, you know, every state is different. And so some states may not require that or didn't require it initially, or you know, that it just wasn't. So then they get to Kansas, and since they've been licensed in all of these other states, they're like, you should take this. That's not our requirements, unfortunately. But there is this, you know, sort of attitude like, well, if the other states do it, you guys should do it too.
We do have 2 states that don't require the NCLEX.
Yes.
They have other ways to endorse them. So that's one of the big ones too, but that's why we can't just say we can accept it from any state, is we have to look at what our requirements are, and they're not the same.
The other thing that I am just so shocked about, oh my goodness. And I remember seeing this because Ohio had a COVID law during COVID that they would license people without taking the NCLEX
Temp license.
as a temporary. We are finding though that some of them have gone on to get licensed and they're trying to be licensed and they have not taken the NCLEX. And so we're just seeing what I'm seeing is that it may look like a lot to the nurse, our process, but the verification to make sure that they have everything that they need is correct. Because it just sort of, like, when I saw that, I was just like, oh my goodness. Because you just don't know. And when you have to go through, you know, other states and then schools, and so, you know, I feel like the processes that we have in place to verify the information is accurate. It's good. Yes.
Protects the public.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And then Adrian did tell me, I'm very sorry, CGFNS has changed their name to True Merit. So, I've always thought of them as CGFNS, so, and I will change that. The other thing, I attended the leadership and supervisory issues training also. I'm gonna go back. They are having a leadership lab, in April. So we signed up for that and I had a really good conversation. There was one of the guys from DCF, his name's Craig Kitty. He was supposed to be at the training. He actually met with him and had a Teams meeting with him just about the class, the presentations that they've done, you know, what we wanted to get out of it and how they presented it. It was really great. It really actually taught me that I need to meet with my team more because we just get so busy with all of our day-to-day things. So I really need to, and so what I'm gonna try to do is every time we have a staff day, our mandatory staff day, when we have all of our staff meetings, I'm gonna make sure that I meet with my team to kind of check in with them. We just get so busy with all of our day-to-day things that sometimes I kind of slack on that. I need to be better on that. So, do you guys have any questions for me?
Madam Chair, Madam President, sorry. My question is when, the RNs get their fingerprints, like, do you give them a little preview? Like, if you should go for an advanced degree, FYI, you'll need to do this again.
Yes, we have that information. So what I did, when we, had our waivers changed, I restructured the instruction sheet. There is an instruction sheet for all of it. And because we had to include like the military information, the military spouse, it is all over every portion of their checklist. So yes, we, on the website, we try to keep up with those changes everywhere. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to say sometimes those little nuanced questions, they end up in my inbox.
Yes,
So-
I know.
So, I feel like you is very responsive to, you know, helping just inform the scenario and have responded to whoever is sending the question or wonders why the process is different in Kansas, et cetera. So thank you for that. Okay, we'll move to Janelle for education.
Right. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. This is a busy season, so a lot of site visit information from this quarter. But I will just have just a couple things. One is it's not on here because it came late, but we did have one administrator change this quarter. It's significant because we have a program that we've been working with, but they had Donnelly College had a DON resign in November. It was after our visit. So they have a new interim, but we're just monitoring that. We want to support that, but that's 4 changes in 15 months. So it's a lot for any school. And I just wanted to make you all aware. The site visits we did this quarter, we had 7 scheduled. One we had to reschedule with Fort Scott, because you know, they're a reapproval. They were late anyway, so it wasn't gonna matter when the site visit came. So the report would go to the March meeting either way, but we had a couple late changes in terms of what was happening at the school and also the availability of site visitors. So just so you know, that got moved to February, so that will come to the March meeting. The site visits we did do, we had an initial visit for an LMHT program. so that's a good thing. One follow-up after first graduation, Allied Health Career Training was a PN program that came to us. Been about a year and a half that we approved, and we had their follow-up visit, went very well. We have a motion for that later, but they, in their first year, they had only 12 grads, but they were 100% pass rate. So we were really happy to see that. And then 4 reapproval visits. One of them, I just want to make mention, we went to Labette. I also took a visitor with me from the Wyoming Board of Nursing. We got permission to do that, and we were very grateful to Labette for allowing her to come as well. She was here on a learning journey and really appreciated being able to do that. And I'm serving as a mentor to her through NCSBN for her role as, she's got 2 roles at her board. And so one of them is education. So it's been a great, I think she's going to do one more with us in the spring. So that's been I think a very positive thing on both sides. We learn a lot from each other when we do that. One thing I wanted to mention, we do have a new dashboard for our annual report information that's on there. As you know, we've kind of talked about NCSBN and the annual report database. The whole reason we kind of started working with them on we did do our annual report presentation at the education meeting yesterday. We worked with them on getting a Kansas dashboard, so that information is now available on our website to look at what that data from our annual core survey. So that's what compares us to all other states, are those core survey questions. And so you can look on there, and it has aggregate data for Kansas. And it's 2023 data that's on there now, because that's the most current that we have for everybody. So as national data gets updated for 2024, we will be able to update the Kansas dashboard with that information as well. We really appreciate NCSBN for their work with us on getting that information available. We do have a limited number of written reports, but the dashboard that's on the website, and there's also that same document is available on the website as well. It's on our front page in the scrolling part. So if you haven't seen it yet, it has a link to the national database, and it's very interesting. So again, that database is basically looking at all programs across the nation on a set of core survey questions, which really kind of key in on 8 key indicators for nursing education programs that kind of help look at the health and well-being of programs and help us know when there might be issues before we get to a low pass rate. That's the hope. So those are things to look at, but they should always be looked at in conjunction with the pass rates, because sometimes you get on there, an indicator there might be several indicators, but the nursing program may be doing well in spite of the changes that might be happening. But that's just a way to help us know where there are those that might need some extra support. So I think it's a great way to display that information, and kind of the goal we've had the whole time is that national comparison as well. LMHT task force, just kind of this is a little bit of a change. So we did have one task force meeting this time, and Ruth has been leading us, and thank you to her for doing that. We did have KDADs also involved in this meeting. And so I think what we came back to is, I think you all know there formerly had been a recommendation to possibly sunset the regulations. With all the changes happening and the attention that's being given, especially in Wichita, we have 2 programs there now that have started. There's a new hospital being built there. There's kind of been a resurgence because of the LMHT program at WSU Tech. Their director has been talking with several of the other entities. It's primarily in Wichita right now, but we're hoping that will also spread to other places. We're getting a lot of good information from them on what we can do as a task force to update our regulations. And I will say, I think there's going to be continued conversation about the possibility of this becoming a certificate program. KDADs can't turn on a dime any more than we can. So they're going to stay with us in the process of looking at how we can respond, keeping the licensure program, keeping licensees out there, because I think we're going to hopefully see that role being becoming more important again. And maybe if we restructure it in a way that's going to be most helpful to those people who would hire that role. So that's been a very positive thing, I think. Ruth, would you have anything to add to that?
I don't, but
Okay.
I will tell the board that it's exciting to see what WSU and WSU Tech have done with their curriculum and also with the students that we've had an opportunity to chat with at WSU Tech. I really believe that this will continue to attract those people that can make a real difference with some standardized mental health tech training and really help the whole industry that way.
And the other positive that is one that we talked about, it's been several years ago, and looking at this is before there was just no way to get them college credit. So if they wanted to go on in some kind of healthcare field, they didn't have any college credit to build on. This will do that. So the programs they're in now, there's some basis for them to go on. If they want to do other things, they'll have some college credit to build on and go from there. So I think that's a very positive thing. I think that is all I'm going to mention at this point in time, unless there are other questions I'd be glad to answer.
I have a quick question. Is there, can you get a summary of kind of what this new program is with the tech school and WSU that we can share with legislators? This innovative program, and how
Well,
it's changed.
you mean you want us to could we get a summary of, or
Yeah.
do you want me to?
Make a summary of like kind of the highlights of kind of how this innovation is changing and how it looks kind of what you just said like now, just like, expectations, waiting for the new hospital, maybe for something for Larned or osteotomy, kind of that innovative, that's been a real big topic in the
Right.
midterm committees.
Well, and as you know, I mean, the original LMHT regulations were kind of based on what those state hospitals needed, and that's 50 years ago. We just are not, and they kind of got out of control, I think, in terms of what was being asked of the program to do, and COVID kind of really did a number on everybody, but especially there, they could no longer manage the programs as well as they were already having issues with the number of travel nurses they were using. So I think this has been helpful in that way. And I think Osawatomie is involved, and so they're on our task force. They're continuing to be involved in that. But yes, I could do
Just
something.
be some summary like, oh, now we can offer college credit, or now there's more than just this. We can give them
Yes.
an opportunity going forward. Hopefully to stay in the state of Kansas. I think really just whatever we can do.
Well,
I
and-
like that.
Yeah, the one thing about it is it's still only a Kansas license. That hasn't changed. There are no other licenses like this. So that is and that's another reason for making it more accessible. And more usable, because I think it is potential, there's nothing that says Colorado wouldn't accept their LMHT license. We just know we license them for Kansas. We don't have a path right now for other people to come in from California or Colorado and endorse their LMHT license, because the programs are also different. So I think some standardization there, kind of try to look at programs. California is this way. It's kind of between PN and RN in their level of, so they're just different. So I will try and, I will do that. I won't just try. I will get you something, or I will make sure there's something.
Melinda, the new behavioral health hospital in South Wichita really was the linchpin, I think, for
Yeah.
making this possible. Because the market won't bear this much education with that low of a return on investment. I think the average MHT salary is about 16 an hour. And the curriculum requirements, as they were they're under
Is it
revision,
current?
were more than for an LPN. And yeah,
So more than some of our ADNs, actually.
things kind of got out of hand with the curriculum, and I think there's 33 LMHTs, is that correct? And
32.
something like that in Kansas.
Yeah.
So really a small number. Also, I think there's only 2 states in the US now that have LMHT, actually a licensed mental health tech.
California and Colorado.
Yeah, those are the only
Arizona
two.
sunsetted theirs too.
Yeah.
Or I mean, Arkansas.
So I think we have an opportunity to really standardize MHT education. I think it's long overdue, but make it reasonable and linked for the curriculum. And hopefully with the new behavioral health hospital, maybe set a higher standard for salaries for those that are actually licensed with a standardized curriculum.
And Sean Willingham, who's the dean at WSU Tech for their nursing and allied health, also has been talking with Via Christi, their St. Joe Hospital, just right across the street from WSU Tech. They used to have a role for MHTs, and it's kind of gone away. So now that they're bringing them back and they're looking at using them as a site for clinical time, they're looking at bringing that back. So that's another place where people could go to get jobs, and they really, we talked to them, had a great. They were all of the managers of the behavioral health units were talking about how much that role was helpful at the time, and they would really, really love to see those come back. The biggest thing we learned from them is there was a pharmacology component, which is one of the discussions we've been having. The regs don't clearly state pharmacology as a content, so we do have a little bit of discrepancy right now in the programs that are available about how much content is there. So I think that's one of the things going forward as we look at the regulations and the needs, and then the hour content that we'll be bringing that to you all for looking at making
And
those
how much
changes.
to incorporate CNA type skills? Should there be a requirement for that, or should that be incorporated as well as the CMA? Because there is a need in some places, depending on the setting and the level of acuity, like residential, where there could be like a CMA included with that. Should that be separate? Should that be part of it? Obviously, acute inpatient, no.
Right.
So there's some variance in terms of the role, depending on the setting as well, and that has to be taken into consideration.
So I think that we're looking at ways to address the base of that so that it addresses as many of those entities as possible. And if they need to do additional, maybe it won't be as much as they've had to do in the past. So not to belabor that, but I think that's one of the big roles that we have in the next year is really trying to hone in on what and help them build those programs so that we are fulfilling a need when that hospital opens. They're opening soon, right?
I thought it was 2026.
Yeah.
June, maybe.
Something like that. So we have work to do. Thank you, President.
Sounds like a lot of good discussion happening on that. Thank you. So we'll move to, practice specialist, Linda.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. In the packet, you will see my report. I did take the tables that are usually a bunch of numbers that usually are confusing. And I did make a graph for you to kind of see how the top line, the blue line is the number of applications that we have received to review for legal history under the investigative division. But then the number of cases from those applications that actually went to the investigative committee chair. So sometimes we get an application to review, but there isn't, we already know about the issue that's on the background. It's already been investigated previously. And so those things are not reconsidered. They are just going ahead and reapproving. And then there's a system in our system, there's holds. And so we would change the hold to an alert so it doesn't like cause it to come back over to us the next time. So for that issue. So reasons that applications are reviewed, criminal background is positive. They've answered on, their application such that it's flagged to come to us, or like I said, there is a hold in the system. Sometimes we put hold in the systems when we know like they're on the FBI, the OIG, the Office of Inspector General's list, or in the abuse, neglect, exploitation registry. So sometimes those holds are in there and we need to review them. I apologize if anybody's seeing these things. I have them in blue and red. Remember, I'm not techie, but I will find a trainer who can help me do a dashed line for one and a dotted line for another. So I'll do that next time. But for the complaints by year alleging misconduct, you'll kind of see the trend there. I'm gonna guess we're averaging maybe around 600, 625 per year. The red line too is showing you the significant investigations. I've always mentioned these as being, I think they're underreported. These are the ones that are abuse, neglect, exploitation, drug diversions, workplace impairments with what we've been seeing and hearing about in research and the numbers and data. I would I don't know that we're getting all of the reports that we should be getting, but, you know, working with the risk managers in the state of Kansas, I think that they're starting to ask more questions and, I recently presented at their fall conference and it was a very well received. I was given great feedback, well received, an educational opportunity for them. So I think that it's just making a difference for them being able to understand and run hypotheticals. They can call me and run hypotheticals and we can see what they need to do next, but let's see. Like I said, then you'll see the list of the ones that we also refer to other agencies from a complaint standpoint. Sometimes we get a complaint in alleging unprofessional conduct, but it's the incident happened in another state board of nursing, so the other board of nursing has to take the lead because they have jurisdiction. They have subpoena power in their state. We do not. So therefore, we'll communicate with the other state board of nursing and let them know about the complaint. They will investigate, and if they have a multi-state license with us, they will send it back to us to look at what they indicated. We also do send still to other state agencies, DCF and APS, and we've even sent it back to an employer to say, did they know about this issue that was happening at their facility? So, open records, I'm thankful to say that Andy is like moving right along and learning open records and taking the bulk of it from me, which is fantastic after 6 years. So I'm thrilled to be able to pass that torch. I am now, I think, more his backup than anything else. We still communicate. The team of Cora is consisted of our investigative assistant Stephanie, Andy, and myself, and we meet bi-weekly. And I find this exciting because we address issues, we look at, you know, what's happening with each request, where we're at. We had an area where we looked at where we needed to identify. We had another state board of nursing that had requested records. And because we're in a compact, we want to report and share timely because of the NLC sharing requirements. And it was, you know, we shared what we could, but they were wanting documents that were not yet ready, and it took quite a while to get those documents finally done. But there needs to be a better system internally, we think. And so we identified that as a necessary thing for us to look at going forward to figure out how do we communicate better and keep up with our other state boards and nursing's records requests. So I think we did what we could do, but we're waiting on other responses. So let's see. Since the last board meeting, our case software, which is what he's using, is going well. We've had a few issues, but they seem to be addressing them timely. We did go live, like Adrian mentioned. I apologize. I'm so congested I can't hear anybody. I heard her. Anybody else, but the Evoke case management software system went a soft go live with the risk managers initially. When I announced it or presented at their fall conference in October, I told them that we would start with them. Some of them had tested it for us in the test system and gave us feedback at that time. And then we went soft go live with them. And so far we only had one glitch internally that Colton was able to fix for us. And we've been able to proceed great with getting some complaints submitted online, which is, oh my gosh, since December of 2019 was when I started asking, but it's great. It's great. I'm happy. We did hear from a couple of risk managers that they needed confirmation that a complaint was submitted. And I'm not sure if that's relating to if they need something in their records for their surveys or whatever. But so we worked with Colton and he was able to get that. So now they do get a confirmation that their complaint is submitted. So as we hear things, I'm on a CARCM forum. So we have constant communication between myself and the CARCM risk managers, quality managers. So if there's issues or whatever, they can present if they don't want to call or email, which they do. Then we can look at things that way too and get word out, hey, this is what's happening. Or if there is maybe a downtime of something we don't anticipate, but we can always get the word out that way too, to say it's down, please go back to your paper method. But the next steps for the Evoke system is to continue with professional review, training, and board portal training. So the board members that are on the committee will be being trained. The applications requiring legal review, because they get reviewed weekly. So by the investigative committee chair, so that's gonna be the first person of the board that will get trained. We're seeing and feeling, maybe sensing that there are more reinstatement applications occurring that come to us anyway. And those need timely review to get back on the floor. So we've been looking at that and kind of seeing what is the problem with renewing on time and why are we seeing reinstatements increasing? So Barb in licensing is running some numbers for me just to kind of see what they're seeing. And if they're seeing an increase or if we're just seeing an increase because they're being flagged for us to review. So I don't know, but there's just an overall sense that we're seeing a few more reinstatement applications than we have in the past. So I'll have a report for that next time. Practice related issues, we're drafting an FAQ. I put in that I was gonna present it to March practice committee, but they said, go ahead and get it done. So that's what we're gonna do. So we'll just keep telling the practice committee what are the issues that we're seeing and they can help figure out what resources and references we need to still do. Meetings and trainings, I did also attend the leadership supervisory training with Carolyn Ray, and we are signed up to do the next one. KSBN also does leadership meetings, so Carol Ray and myself and Adrian meet, and we try to meet monthly. I really like these because it helps me see kind of where investigative and practice issues kind of fit with all of the agency and what we can work on and maybe what we can assist with, or maybe what we kind of like, we're not taking the lead on that. So it's really nice. I really appreciate those types of meetings. I am participating in the statute review task force meetings as well. I did do presentations to Pittsburgh and Washburn. I'm scheduling for spring 2026. I was asked and had to decline an opportunity to be a keynote speaker at a school of nursing graduation. Sorry. I just didn't have enough time. I'm trying to do more scenarios and create more like hypotheticals to run the students through, because when I go and present, I'm finding they're not really sure I'm not sure that I'm understanding if they even have read the Nurse Practice Act or if they know where to find it, because I'm asking those questions specifically. And I feel like I need to run the hypotheticals with them, because when I give them some scenarios, they're just shocked that these things are happening on the floor currently. And I'm just like, but life happens to us all. I keep explaining that. So, we need to know how do you protect the patient, but also, if you need help, you need to reach out. So, trying to kind of tailor some of those things as well, because our goal is to ensure that the public is protected. I am a member of the NOAP, the National Organization of Alternative Programs, and I also signed up to be on the research committee. I signed up, but they were already almost done with their current research project, which they ended up presenting. And then Adrian, I think, listened in on that as well. So I'm excited, and they have another conference next March that I'm going to. The KNAP Executive Director, Stephanie Beecraft. She also is a member and she is going to that same conference. So it's kind of gives us some time to kind of talk about our state processes for KNAP and what the other states are doing and what we can kind of maybe work on and stuff. I know she's working on a survey to participants at this time and been talking with Arizona Board of Nursing about how to work a certain process also. So I anticipate I'll give a report back to the investigative committee in March on those things. Investigative consultant training, we also participated with that. What comments I heard back from my team was that they were very thankful that this was allowed to occur. They keep asking when we get the report, when we're getting in the report, because they're a very engaged bunch. I mean, and they just keep pushing because they want to start working on things so that we can kind of become more consistent, more transparent, more whatever we need to do. So, so that's very, very encouraging. We're excited to see her here today and get that report back. So, I think that is one more thing. Let's see. I did finally get all the last 3 nurse investigators who have been on a wait list with the basic the Board of Nursing investigator training through the NCSBN. They changed how they're doing that. They changed the content of the program, but I've been on a wait list for all 3, and all 3 have been enrolled starting January 2026. One of my nurse investigators didn't want to wait that long either, so she went ahead and signed up and took the Clears investigating drug diversion course at the end of November. So she's already had that done, and that was Sarah. She's a go-getter. So she's just been here 6 months, and she's like, what else is next? What else? is next? Like I said, they're very engaged, very, very good. So, and that's my report. If you have any questions, want to see anything different, let me know.
Thanks, Linda. Appreciate it. Think, maybe, would everyone be okay to take a 10-minute break? Maybe, sorry, you was reminded, maybe we needed a break. So we'll take a 10-minute break and we'll be back, just about, 3 or 4 till noon if we can, and we'll back into the. Oh, yeah, 11. I need a break to tell time. And then till 11, and then we'll get started on committee reports.
Okay, so we're gonna come back into the meeting, after the break. Thanks, everyone. So we, left off at committee reports. And we will start with the education committee. I'll hand it over to the chair. Okay.
You, Madam President, we had a lengthy meeting, a productive meeting yesterday. And we have a pile of motions, so I apologize. You're going to hear me going through a lot. I will turn the meeting or the reports over. There is a recommendation that's coming from my university. So at that time, Bruce served as vice chair yesterday in Stephen's absence. So I've asked that she read that report because I'll be abstaining from that. Thank you. Okay, so we'll get this started. It was moved to approve the consent item agenda, which includes the nursing education staff report, 2026 site visit schedules, and petition to test retest summary for 8/13/2025 through 11/7/2025.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second for members.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
Sorry, was that Michelle? Did you say?
No.
Melissa, okay. So I marked it correctly, and I will speak up. I'm sorry. Okay. It was moved to accept the follow-up after first graduation site visit report with recommendations for allied health career training PN program and recommend approval for 5 years.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second for Carl.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the reapproval site visit report for Salina Area Technical College PN program with recommendations and reapprove the program for 5 years.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Michelle Terry, second.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the site visit report for Salina Technical College ADN program with recommendations and reapprove for the time period of initial national accreditation, which is 5 years.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second chart.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the reapproval site visit report for Newman University DNAP program with recommendations to address all non-compliant standards and substandards for COA and recommend reapproval of the DNAP program for a time period consistent with national COA accreditation.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Fields, second.
Fields. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the reapproval site visit report for Labette Community College with full approval for level 1 PN of the LCC Associate Degree Nursing Program for 5 years.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second. That's.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the site visit report for Donley College Nursing Program with recommendations to include continuation of conditional approval for both programs and no new admissions for either program until all recommendations are met and the board has given permission to restart admissions.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Rebeza.
Is there any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the WSU Tech LMHT initial site visit report with recommendations to submit updated readmission policy and clarify the progression policy to KSBN by 3/31/2026 and recommend initial approval for the LMHT program at WSU Tech with follow-up visit to be done in spring 2027.
The motion, is there a second?
Second, Berkford.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request, sorry about my noise, for Pittsburgh State University to adopt new program outcomes for the BSN curriculum, reviewed and updated course descriptions and outcomes to align with the essentials, core competencies for professional nursing education, with credit hour changes to include the following. NURS 322, change from 3 to 2 credits. NRS 318, change from 5 to 6 credits. NURS 452, change from 4 to 3 credits. NURS 462, change from 4 to 3 credit hours. NURS 457, reactivate for 2 credit hours. Clinical from NURS 452 and 462. NURS 499, change from 4 to 2 credits. NURS 600, change from 2 to 3 credits. NURS 601, change name to capstone. With the upper division nursing hours unchanged, 62 credits. With 58 general education and prereq courses, 120 total credits and 768 clinical hours, an increase from 720.
We do have a motion. Is there a second?
Michelle Terry, second.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
Thank you, Ruth. It was, thank you. Thank you. It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request for Mid-American Nazarene University to align clinical across all 3 BSN tracks, with addition of dedicated mental health clinical experiences, as well as updated course numbers to accurately reflect the revised clinical hour requirements.
You have a motion. Is there a second? Second, Sharp. No, any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from the University of Kansas Department of Nurse Anesthesia Education DNAP program to increase selected courses credit hours to match the increase in content, lecture time, simulation, and clinical time, as well as align more closely with the university's definition of a credit hour.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Warpeza.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Cloud County Community College to change the delivery method for NR 110 health assessment for nurses to either in-person or hybrid modality.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Burkhart, second.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
It was a move to accept the major curriculum change request for Rasmussen University ADN program to increase the number of admitted students from 64 students to 79 students per quarter, shared between the Overland Park campus and Topeka campus starting in January of 2026.
Motion. Is there a second?
Second, Fields.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
There will be several coming from KU School of Nursing. They are bringing forward all of their programming and curricular changes in line with the AAC and essentials. So this is the first one. It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from the University of Kansas to revise and update the mission, vision, and values to all programs in their undergraduate, graduate, and certificates.
With a motion, is there a second?
Michelle Terry, second.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from the University of Kansas School of Nursing BSN program to revise the curriculum to reflect the 2021 AAC and essentials, which will continue to be concept-based and will also incorporate competency-based methodology that is in alignment with the AAC and recommendations for baccalaureate nursing education.
Motion, is there a second?
Second or Pesa?
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request for the University of Kansas School of Nursing to revise the master's program to reflect the 2021 AAC and Essentials and to transition its academic focus to better align with evolving workforce needs, accreditation standards, and national priorities in nursing education to be a pre-licensure master's direct entry nursing program. It is modeled after the BSN curriculum with both concept-based and competency-based methodologies in alignment with the AAC and recommendations for pre-licensure nursing education.
We have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second, Katz.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
And just of a note for the board members, this will be our first MSN direct entry program in the state of Kansas. This is something that's been popular on the East Coast, West Coast. We talked about it at our September education meeting, so that people would understand what this is. They will not take NCLEX until they finish their MSN. So they don't, it's not a stop out, it's direct entry to MSN, then NCLEX. So we're excited to see how they do this with the first one in Kansas, so we'll watch for their outcomes. It will count on their first time NCLEX pass rates. So, yeah. Next, it was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from the University of Kansas School of Nursing graduate DNP programs to revise the curriculums to reflect the 2021 AAC and Essentials, incorporating competency-based methodology that is in alignment with the AAC and recommendations for advanced practice.
I have a motion, is there a second?
Second or Pesa?
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request for the University of Kansas graduate postmaster certificate program for the adult gerontology acute care NP to revise the curriculum to reflect the 2021 essentials and incorporate competency-based methodology that is in alignment with the AAC and recommendations for advanced practice.
We have a motion, is there a second? Shelter, second. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request for the University of Kansas graduate postmaster certificate program for family nurse practitioners to revise the curriculum to reflect the 2021 AAC and Essentials and incorporate competency-based methodology that is in alignment with the AAC and recommendations for advanced practice.
The motion, is there a second?
Second, Fields.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request for the University of Kansas graduate postmaster certificate program for nurse midwifery to revise their curriculum to reflect the 2021 AAC and Essentials and incorporate competency-based methodology that is in alignment with the AAC and recommendations for advanced practice.
The motion, is there a second?
Second or Pesa?
Go ahead.
Sorry, second or Pesa?
Thank you. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request for the University of Kansas graduate postmaster certificate program for the psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner to revise the curriculum to reflect the 2021 AAC and Essentials and incorporate competency-based methodology that is in alignment with the AAC and recommendations for advanced practice.
Motion, is there a second? Second, Sharp. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
That concludes all of our major curriculum changes. Next, it was moved to accept the Colorado Center for Nursing Excellence refresher course for RN and LPN as acceptable for those requiring a board-approved refresher course for reinstatement of license after 5-year lapse.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Peterson, second.
You, any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the Sura College refresher course for RN as acceptable for those requiring a board-approved refresher course for reinstatement of license after 5-year lapse.
Motion, is there a second?
Michelle Perry, second.
Any discussion? Where we serve?
Arizona, Janelle, isn't that correct?
I'm not sure, I think might be, online. But Arizona Board of Nursing was the first to approve them as a refresher. So they're kind of based there. I think their base might be out of there.
Thank you.
Any further discussions? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion passes.
Madam President, that concludes my motion. Any questions?
We will move to the investigative committee.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to give you some highlights. Linda talked about the Evoke case management system. It's been rolled out now to the risk managers at facilities, which is very helpful for them. They can get confirmation that they have submitted a complaint report. We've talked about KNAP, the Kansas Nurse Assistance Program, and Linda will be surveying the participants, which will be part of the
KNAP is serving the participants, yeah,
the KNAP.
but they'll report back to us so that we can.
Right, so there can be a measure of how the program is
The
being
program, yeah, I think
perceived
they're
as
looking at
helpful.
those who have successfully completed, those who maybe failed to complete and failed out. They're looking at all of those types of surveys to do.
Thank you. And then I do want to talk about our complaint evaluation tool and just culture discussion that we had at our Monday meeting. And I'm just going to read a little bit for you. You know, this is my first report as the chair of the investigative committee, so I'm kind of catching up. The investigative committee reviewed North Carolina Board of Nursing's complaint evaluation tool. North Carolina granted permission to KSBON to adopt and adapt the tool as long as as credit is given to North Carolina BON for originating it. The tool follows the Just Culture algorithm developed by David Marks and is used for evaluating events and determining whether actions of the individual warrant consoling, counseling, remediation, or punishment. It links behavioral choices and potential risks, identifies system issues, not just reliant on outcome determination of remediation. Just Culture promotes learning from practice errors, assigns accountability, and evaluates issues consistently, and ensures compliance with mandatory reporting requirements. North Carolina does not use this tool for allegations of confidentiality, fraud, theft, drug abuse, drug diversion, workplace impairment, boundary issues, sexual misconduct, mental, physical impairment. All of these complaints must be reported to the Board of Nursing. Staff plan to implement this type of tool in their review of complaints that are received. A draft of the tool will be presented to the March Investigative Committee for review. Additionally, Brenda will give an update on the legislative review with the statutes.
Thank you, Ruth. Just as a recap, the disciplinary committee over the past year has, as we've reviewed cases, and we've shared this with you in the past at prior board meetings, we've been aching for, I think is a good word, other tools and alternatives to discipline, and we've questioned sometimes why some things have to be done the way they are, and had questions about particular statutes that we thought may be more inhibitive or more punitive. And so we've been talking about this for about a year. I offered because I'd heard that these statutes or a group of statutes had been reviewed about 4 or 5 years ago, I think, under prior council, prior board members. And of course, it was during the tail end of the pandemic, and
So I wanted to see those personally. And I think our other committee members were interested in having more information. So I offered to meet with our staff and assistant AGs initially just to review what those statutes are, prioritize them perhaps to see if there were any that we wanted to recommend to this board to move forward. During the course of that, the hearings started up in July and this fall. And thought it was a good time to expand that to a statute work group and invite some external stakeholders in. And so I just wanted to share with you who those individuals were. We did have all of the appropriate staff in our disciplinary council and general counsel. We also involved the Kansas Nurse Assistance Program, the Kansas Advanced Practice Nurse Association, the Kansas Nurse Association, the Governor's Office, State Representative Sandy Pickert from the Kansas House of Representatives, State Representative and Board Member Melissa Oropeza was on the group. We also included the Kansas Hospital Association, and we included a private attorney who frequently represents licensees before this board. So our objective was to get as much input as possible from key stakeholders and have some productive conversations. And we did that, I think, over the course of the 3 meetings that we had, the dates of which Linda outlined in her report. And just wanted to share with you that the goal was reiterated each time we met, that our job is to protect the public. That is our charge exclusively. We also know we can improve processes, and we wanted, again, to have some additional tools in our back pocket, if you will, as we are addressing disciplinary cases as they arise. We also had a very specific eye towards doing nothing or introducing nothing or proposing nothing that would jeopardize our participation as a state in the Nurse Compact. That would jeopardize any federal requirements, of which there are many, and that are probably not known to most folks, but CMS, DEA, OIG, I know I will forget all the other acronyms, but the goal was to be sure that any of that legislation is taking that into consideration. And in fact, we entered the compact after this prior review, so it was a good refresher to make sure everything was still consistent with that. Let's see, we had great discussion. Our goal always was consensus, but also to log any areas of significant disagreement or concern. And I would say amongst that broad group of stakeholders, there was very little. They were all very supportive of this, and I think that that's important for us as a board to know where other constituencies lie. So I just want to share with you the specific statutes that have been reviewed, and I'm not going to read them to you, but I'll try to give you the highlights. So we all knew about from prior meetings that the fingerprinting and criminal history record check statute needs to be done fairly quickly. That's KSA 74-1112. That's to add advanced practice nurses, certified nurse anesthetists, and to that statute. KSA 65-1117 has to do with renewal of license. And we've had old language that said address, which implies a physical address, and we need that to be all contact information. We also want to improve our communication expectations from licensees to the board. So we're trying to incorporate things that are part of the nurses program and some other aspects. KSA 65-1120 is grounds for discipline. And we might need to align the statute now that APRNs do not need a collaborative agreement with a physician. There has also been discussion about the reference to unprofessional conduct in prior hearings, of which you all are aware. And we wanted to address making something less subjective or judgmental, clarifying the use of guilty compared to convicted, etc. Also in that one, we wanted to provide more options for supporting impaired providers in Kansas. Again, moving from more punitive to rehabilitative. KSA 65-1120A involves reinstatement, and essentially this is aligning the regulation with current Kansas law and the Bacchus versus Kansas Board of Healing Arts. KSA 1121A, administrative proceedings, judicial review of board actions. That adds all administrative proceedings regarding licensure to this action conducted under the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act. KSA 651129, rules and regs, changed shall to authorized and reference the article in a chapter. Some of these are very minor cleanup language and verbiage. KSA 741110 related to civil fines, and moving that to 651120 and potentially adding disciplinary action language to replace civil fine. And then KRAR, the regulation 631110 around unprofessional conduct. We've spent a lot of time talking about that in the public and in the media and everywhere else over the last several months. So probably we'll have continued ongoing conversation about that and what's in policy of the board versus what's in statute. We also had a discussion about a potential new statute to introduce around introducing an impaired provider program option for this profession and statute. This, we do not have one currently, but many others do. And so we think that's something that we need to consider. And KSBN, just as a reminder, needs statutory authority to provide an alternative to discipline without licensees being disciplined first. So we don't currently have the authority to do that, but we think we should have the authority to offer that as an option. So happy to take any questions that anyone may have. I think next steps are for this board. We've talked about these things over multiple meetings, and I think this packet of statutes have been around for a while, way before my time. There is kind of time that is of the essence now. We really need to get these over to the revisor's office very quickly if we want them to potentially introduce that. Representative Oropeza and Representative Pickert have been very helpful educating the task force about what would be necessary to get these things moving and helping advocate for particular changes. And again, with the eye of protecting the public and not doing anything to mess up our participation in the compact and be out of compliance. So other questions? Charles, do you have anything you want to add? Carol or?
Any questions?
That was good. Well,
That was great. Great. Anything else from the investigating?
That completes our.
Thank you. So I'll try to get one more committee update here. So I will turn this over to Steve. So that I can go.
Okay, so we'll move forward, thank you, with the report from the CNE IV Therapy Advisory Committee, chaired by Andrew Watson.
You. So we had a productive and efficient meeting yesterday. There's been a little delay, in the IB task force that had been developed, but the hope is that will pick back up after the first of the year. And then as many other committees, we talked through our legislative review. And have a plan in place for that. So beyond that, they were the items that I have some motions for. So it was moved to approve the consent item agenda, which includes Iowa statistical report, single providers and approved, and provider reimbursements.
There's the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, no. Motion's carried.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider five-year renewal application from Paid Community Nurses Association of Oklahoma, LT 0297-0316, with a recommendation to add an agenda to the offerings.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Michelle Terry second.
Any discussion, questions? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the initial long-term provider application from nurses to sales consulting.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Michelle Terry second.
Any discussion? Abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the initial long-term provider application from Righteous RN LLC with completion of revisions for Carol.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second or phase out?
Any discussion or questions? Abstentions? All those in favor, yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
And that completes the report from the senior.
I will now return the meeting back to Avery.
So I think what I might propose, since it's 11:30, a couple things and I ask the board's thoughts. We have still several items on our agenda for the rest of today. So I know we usually break for at least 30 minutes for lunch, but I didn't know if folks might be open to more like a 15-minute break to grab lunch and then come back and working through. That would work. So then knowing that, I know then it's harder for folks who are here to then step away. So I would also propose we are going to have a 15-minute executive session. I think that would be the proposed timeline. So we could break for an executive session now, which we would come back at 11:47 or whatever time we actually make the motion. So back for that motion, I understand, but that would then be a little bit of a break as well. If folks want to step away while we're gone for the executive session. That work. So, yes, I think we'll do the personnel. We have a personnel.
Yeah. There's some motions.
Yes, we.
But whoever wants it.
Oh, everybody.
Pursuant to KSA 75-4319B1, I move with both recess into executive session for 15 minutes and reconvene the board's. And the meeting will be reconvened by Zoom and on the fifth floor in North Iowa 9, in the state office building, as stated in the notice of the meeting. That was sent to individuals who requested the notice and is published on the board's website at www.kftm.canvas.gov. Justification is to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. The subject matter to be discussed in the executive session concerns an employee performance evaluation. To aid the board in its discussion, Adrian Guerrero will join the executive session.
You have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Any discussion? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Then just a reminder for folks to log out or not. When those are away. Okay, so we're gonna come back into the meeting after the executive session, but I'm gonna ask for a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we extend the executive session for another 15 minutes. A lot of new board members and we need to have more discussion.
So there's a motion. Can I have a second?
Second for her.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any abstentions? So the motion will be that we're gonna go into executive session at 11:52. And we will be back at. That math is not my strong suit today.
12:07.
12:07.
I can math for you.
I think I'm not calculating chemotherapy. 12:07. So. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be back.
Thanks, Colton. So we're gonna come back into open meeting from our executive session. And now we are gonna break for lunch. So we're gonna break for lunch for 15 minutes to grab some food. So why don't we make it a little longer to make it upstairs? So let's just say at 12:30, we'll come back into open meeting. Okay, so we're not running behind for everything. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll be back.
We choose the microphone. Hang on, right?
Can you hear it?
And of course you go.
Sorry, go ahead.
We're ready for the stream to start.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna come back into open meeting and just apologize on behalf of everyone if they're kind of a little mouthful with some comments as we finish up lunch. So we'll pick back up at the APRN committee report. And so I will turn this over to Dr. Lisa.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. We did have a quorum and we did have a very short and sweet meeting. Unfortunately, no update on EMP. We are going to round out and finish up the CNMI regulations. We have a member who's going to find us 4 midwives and help to complete those last 2 regulations from years ago to just finish that up. We will be getting an updated version of KR 60-9-106 in March to review that and has gone through the process to start that over and then review that one last time. We also have a plan for our legislative reviews, sample form and introduction, and then we did all of that as well. And that's a pretty short meeting. And those are my updates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next we have practice committee and who chairs this? Should I have? I did. Okay, so I will hand this over to the vice chair. Michelle Perry.
Thank you. Okay. We had a very productive, yet effective meeting yesterday centering on some old business around certified professional midwives, and then new business process around operations, ketamine clinics, x-rays, and an update from KDHE. I think I can give further context as I go through the motions that came out of that, and happy to answer any questions. I will say first, thanks to that meeting, highly professional, compassionate, yet discerning conversation on some difficult topics. And Brenda, like you mentioned in the investigation committee, we use public safety as our true north. And I'm mindful of not overreaching or underreaching, with our practice authority. So that's the context. First motion, this was easy. I move to approve the consent item agenda, which included practice calls report and direct staff Linda Davis to work with Charles and Shear legal staff on frequently asked questions with answers to be posted once done ASAP on KSPN website.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any extensions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. She carries them.
All right, our next motion was surrounding the certified professional midwife and discussion with legal counsel regarding what the committee to do with that next. We've had this in discussion for a year. And as a result of yesterday, a motion was brought forth. And so I move to approve Charles and Shears to draft a legal summary statement in the next 30 days and return to the practice committee for an email vote surrounding the direction for CPM questions and standard direction to their oversight body, NARC.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. So I have a question. I've seen that I'm gonna ask if anyone else has a question. So that will come back to the practice committee members for a vote. And so then you'll have that time to review it and then you would vote on it at your next, so you're prepared, or will you need it at some point in the end?
No, we're going to do an email vote. We talked about that yesterday. Okay. To be able to do that. The overriding issue here is how much authority do we have over somebody who's not licensed, or a group of people who are not licensed under Kansas State Board of Nursing. Also the piece of having a place for people to go if they have a complaint or issue.
And they have their own governing body, so Charles is going to help us drive as well as provide the public a place to go. Great. Then you can report out.
And there's one clarifying point, because I know, one of the ministers said this before. Unfortunately, the board is not able to pass on to NARM. The patient has to do that themselves directly, how like we can potentially pass things on the board of guards or criminally different places. That is not how NARM works. And so when we do this, we just want to make sure they have every tool available and that they have the pathway for it.
I would just say, as disciplinary investigating members, we are really desperate for that to get done, so that we have some guidance in what is within our authority and what is not, as these cases come forward. If they seem to be not that they've got frequency.
This is Charles Mancheers. We might have to talk more about an email though. We might instead need to just do a special meeting via Zoom, a 15-minute meeting to.
Do I need to know that?
Yeah, just strike the part about an email vote.
Oh, it's not in the motion. Good, yeah.
Oh, we can do that, would be a talk about.
Well, there it is. Yeah. Okay.
More special meeting to
Yeah.
follow. I move to approve Charles Chairs to draft a legal summary statement for the next 30 days and return to the practice committee for a special meeting surrounding the direction for the CBM questions and the direction to their oversight body.
We give a motion. There's a second.
I'll second.
Any additional discussion? Okay, thank you. Any extension? All those in favor say yes.
Yeah.
Well, motion carries.
The next piece was on the business process that we talked about regarding the committee. And again, Charles was involved in the discussion, so I'll just go to the motion and we can talk about questions after. I move to approve Charles Mancheers start to look into KSA 21-5701 and further its need to clarify academies as well as responsibility and ownership of medical care associated and administration of academy. Then transfer to APRN committee to further discuss and make recommendations. March 6.
The motion is there a second? Second, Chart. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're opposed, no. Motion carries.
Our last one, again, around business process. I move to approve that X-ray and APRN ordering be moved to APRN committee to review and make recommendations.
The motion is there a second?
Section 4, please.
Any discussion? Total abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries.
That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And next we will move to the Finance and Risk Management Committee. Chairman Burr. Thank you, President Watson. Just very quickly, the Finance and Risk Management Committee met this morning, and just as a reminder for those of you that are maybe a little newer to the board, we didn't used to have a separate risk management committee, but there were times when there were pieces that come up particularly related to cybersecurity and some other issues that we needed a place to review and discuss those. And so that is now a combined function of this particular committee. We welcomed Belinda to our very small but mighty committee, and she did a great job today. Just a couple of things. Carol gave us an overview of the agency finance report, and revenues are as expected, and as they always do, they ebb and flow with graduations. So We'll probably see it at the next report, a little bit of a bump there. She also overviewed the budget for fiscal year 26 and 27 and gave us an update on that particular process and noted that our fee fund is standing at about 4 million, which is about 1 year of operations, which is really best practice for an organization of this size and scope and scale with 77,000 licensees. So if that's our rainy day fund, if something happens, then we can continue continuity of operations for a year. Adrian gave us a number of updates. I think he covered a lot of these in his committee, in his operations report on the legislative post audit committee. Did I get that right? And the co-op update, I call it co-op, but it's continuity of operation planning. And then we had a discussion about the end of life licensing software and potential changes there. This is something where we're going to have to go through a different process than what we have with, upgrading our current system. We'll have to go through a budget request and an RFP and a procurement process. So fingers crossed that Adrian manages to make all of that happen here several months. And then Carol, as all of our committees did, we talked about our legislative review plans and or that mandatory process by which we review all of our related legislation. That's it. Thank you.
So we will move on, to unfinished business. And first on the agenda is the LPA cybersecurity updates. Adrian?
That'll be real quick. Just as Brenda alluded, we talked about this in the Risk Management and Finance Committee. Essentially, we had another committee we had to report to that we didn't know, actually, we weren't expecting. But thankfully, we received a really good response to that report. And so we're taking in consideration some of the things that they needed and are suggested and awaiting for our second round of views somewhere in February, March.
Any questions? And next, I believe this would be Carol, the KSA 74-1112 draft revision update.
Yes, thank you. If you remember, this is the fingerprint statute that we need to add the language of advanced practice registered nurse and registered nurse anesthetist so that we can do both state and federal background checks. Right now, this all stems from the FBI audit in March when they were here. They determined that we didn't have statutory authority to do federal on those two, although we had kind of interpreted it differently. However, you go with what the FBI says. So that's why we're putting that language in 74-1112. And it's my understanding that we will be working with Representative Oropeza to get that in. It shouldn't, I mean, it's not a huge thing, I would hope, right?
And then all I would ask is, Madam Chair, is that we have just a little summary
Okay.
of why this is needed, and
Okay.
just real spelled out.
Okay,
Doesn't have to be super long or anything, and then that way when it goes,
okay, I can do that.
thank you.
Move to Adrian and end of life licensing software.
I think Brenda pretty much summed it up pretty well. We'll be working towards that. As we said, we've got a lot of steps to go through. The one thing I did point out to Finance Service Management Committee was that unlike what we call EVO for discipline and investigative, where it's, starting out fresh, this one will be a full migration or what we call a lift and shift to the new platform. So it's a little bit more in-depth process, making sure all the data and those sorts of things come over, but we'll be working on it. One of the questions was, how soon would this happen? A lot of their customers are also equally upgrading at the same time, so we're not the only ones in line. But I'm expecting maybe within the next year and a half, if we get all the approvals, we'll be start to finish and into that system. But that's if everything works out exactly as I planned. So we'll give it our best shot.
You. And then we'll go back to Carol for anybody. And ample information.
Yeah, that starts at page 19 in your packet, and you've all heard this in your committees, what this is all about. What you do have in here, though, are all of the committee, because probably in your specific committees, you only saw the one that pertained to your committees, but you see all of them in here. And then the actual form that we will be using, a draft sample, starts on page 27. But you also saw that in your committee packets. So I know that, I think all the committees, I was listening to most of them yesterday and this morning, they have broken down how they want to do these so that they will get their assignment done within 2026. So I think they've started on it and let's move forward.
Right. Any questions? Yep. Okay, so we'll move on to new business and this is also Carol, our fiscal year 25 annual report draft packet.
Yeah, on page 30, what we did, 30 and 31, we included the one-page document, and I gave each of you a copy of this also. We've done this for probably the last 2 years at least. We have this and we get it to the legislators. It's just a little snapshot of some of our data and budget. Some of the performance data is on the back page, and then the strategic plan priorities are on there. So I just want to make you aware of that, what that is. And then on page 32 is actually the draft of the fiscal year 25 annual report that the staff has been working on, and Andy is gracious enough to pull together for us. We just wanted to have the draft in here to see if you were okay with it, and then we will get it finalized with the publisher and all of that.
This is a draft. Do you want any like minor?
Sure.
I just noticed when I reviewed, well, I mean, Michelle is a super important board member. She's listed twice as a board member.
Oh, okay.
So she's at the top as a secretary, and then she's again at the bottom as a public member.
Thank you.
And then Michaela Heisen, it should be 9/11/24, and it says 9/11/25 for her start. So just minor
Okay.
editing things about.
Interesting how we look at this so many times.
Right, I mean, that,
Yeah.
your eyes see what you want it to say. I believe that's how my brain works.
Madam President, also on board packet, page 33, page 2 of this report, in the red orangish, it says FY 2024. Shouldn't that be FY 25?
And on my term, I filled the remaining 1 year of someone else's term, but I think this has the start of that. I wasn't on here on 2019, so.
Oh, it's the start of that term, not especially you.
Not me.
Is that what you're saying?
And
Okay.
same with mine. I think I filled 3 years of theirs.
All right, thank you.
That might be the case for Michaela too. It's her start date. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's the same way. A whole year of my term had expired by the time it was appointed. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, well, we just need to check it out.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't know what.
Because I came in 2020. But I thought that was the term, so.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
Andy.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to showcase something that's really great about this report, and that is that we've integrated the strategic plan at the back. So, and we also have integrated discipline in this report, which we haven't had before. So, I really think this is a very strategic document. And as we continue to work with all of our stakeholders, so thank you for your feedback and for all the staff that drafted all of these words.
Yeah, no, I felt like there was some new information when I reviewed too, so that's very helpful. Any other questions?
There's a few other places. You might want to just do a search for 2024 because there's other places that I see FY 2024 in it. Page 19 specifically in the last paragraph. And sometimes maybe you are speaking back, but that one I think is supposed to be 25. So maybe just a double, triple check that everything that should say 25 says 25, not 24.
Great. I can do that.
I have one more question. So, with the annual report, you're gonna send that across the street.
I don't know that we got enough copies to send over there. Are you wanting enough copies?
Oh,
for
I was just
everybody?
wondering like who are we distributing it to?
It'll be on our website. We usually, when we talk to people, we talk about it. But we don't always have one to hand out. Now, if you think it would be good to have one, we can certainly talk to the vendor and see.
I personally think it would be good to have one. Not everybody is technology savvy and probably would go to the website.
Okay,
I would also say, like bring this to there, maybe stick it all in one little packet as you have your conversations.
okay,
And that way they have a one pager, maybe they can take back home or show people.
sure.
Instead of us, I know we would set things on the desk before, but maybe as you're having those conversations across the street. To include this and some explanation around it as well as with the annual report.
Okay.
It'd also be a good idea to send it to the health committees in each. The House and Senate, and then possibly the government oversight committee that oversight, just so that. They all have the most current information.
And if I might say, we have actually been handing the one pager out and have provided the strategic plan to some of the members that we've met with. But the feedback about annual report, that'd be a good one too. And maybe we could work with the office of printing, maybe we can get it all followed.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, okay.
That way we can get it done faster. Well, I'll check into that. See what once I'll update it.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Anything else on that? Okay, nominations committees.
I think that's me.
Well, I think several of us had kind of talked a little bit about this. We had kind of wondered if it would be maybe helpful to the board if we had kind of a little bit more of a formal nomination process. It was just thrown around as maybe that would be something that would be helpful, because we really don't have that. And, you know, we do election of officers every September. But I'm not sure, like, all the board members know the different positions and the responsibilities for those positions. So we could certainly get that out to, you know, we had kind of talked maybe in like March, getting information out to you all about the leadership positions and what's involved with them, what are their responsibilities. It's in the articles, but we would pull it out of the articles. And then depending on how you wanted to, maybe we could develop a sheet or something in which if you want to nominate someone or you want to nominate yourself, I guess, if you want to, for a certain position, you could put that down, but then there could be a little bit about that board member. and different things like that so that everyone would know, because I don't know that everybody knows everybody's background. So that was just a suggestion.
I might just comment on this. I learned at the NCSBN meeting in August at the President's Forum from another state about their nominations committee process. And as they were talking, I thought, well, what a great idea. But then, we turned right around and it was September and it's the time. And I think part of it is that so much of what we do is in our preparation for the meeting and then in open meeting that we don't have aside conversations and discussion about, background and interest and really leadership on the board. And so I don't know if people have feedback or what the best process is to get that information there. The example from the state that I spoke to, they have 2 people on the board who are part of the nominations committee, and really their role is just to obtain that information from board members so that when it comes time for nominations, there's information to share about board members, like, are this member interested in a leadership role? What is their background? Like, so just, there's some, I think maybe just thoughtfulness put into, and really confirmation that the person who's being nominated, has a real interest in serving in that position. Versus you liked their sweater that day. I mean, I just sometimes I think we're a little disorganized when it comes time for that. And really, I think that would help us make the most of the roles on the board if we can compile that.
Yeah, I did ask Adrian to kind of look at what National Council does as far as leadership succession plans. Thinking maybe he could overview just a little bit there, and that might give you some ideas too. I don't know.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you. As Carol said, she instructed me to do some looking, and I'm actually on the NCSBN Leadership Succession Committee, and although it's a little bit different than a nominations committee, some of the key components of the way that we do things up there could definitely align with some of the goals of that, including one of the competencies of like the board positions, the board president, vice president, those sorts of things. Being able to do that and having some information that we can hand out to potential people that are looking to aspire to leadership or even roles on the board itself. I think if I might recommend is that we take some of this information, maybe this would be a great discussion at the board strategic retreat. Maybe we can find someone to come do some speaking on that, because I know NCSBN does have a lot of resources in that area, and potentially find some examples from, I remember the discussions from other state boards, and have some options available to you.
I think it's a great idea. I'd like to add just a little bit of responsibility to that group, and that kind of developing a matrix of the current board so that we may communicate to the governor's office when we have an upcoming vacancy, and to be able to say, here's what we're currently missing. And if we have ideas to present to them, sometimes they won't take those recommendations, but at least we can communicate from our end what is needed. If we're missing an APRN, if we're missing an RN, if we're missing someone from a rural community, I would just like us to be as proactive as possible about asking for what we want and need, and then we still have to take, whatever we get, but and what we've gotten is great.
And maybe that's something we could do too, is build along with that matrix, maybe a database of sorts of people's different skill levels, so that when you get to that point, this is something that as part of my LSC work, we've been looking at on the national levels. We're looking at people for finance and maybe someone that has cybersecurity, those sorts of things, to identify those individuals on the board. And then if there are members on the board that aspire to different levels of board participation, NCSBN does have a program called ICRS. Jay, our colleague here, actually taught one of those classes. And so maybe that's something that we could reference the member to build up those skill sets. And if they aspire to be, president, vice president, that sort of thing, can work on this as well.
not, I think, for that course, or Carol mentioned earlier, the NCSPN meetings mid-year annual. I think for board members who are interested, that those are great opportunities to learn about this CSBN and all of the components of the board. Prior to sitting on a leadership seat, it's super helpful.
And if I might make a plug for my colleagues at NCSBN, we also look for board members of member boards to serve on our board of directors and committees. So those are other options available to boards as well.
So for sure, that's something on our agenda for the next strategic planning meeting.
like-
And maybe we can use that then as a jumping off place or information gathering prior to next
Mhm.
elections. for seats. Okay. For roles. An update on our KSBN action plan. Carol.
Yeah, thank you. One thing that we've done since, all the feedback that we've been receiving and everything as part of the government oversight, we really wanted to be transparent and to share everything that we are doing to address some of those concerns. We really wanted it to be public so that everyone could see it. So what we actually did is, well, I guess what I'm doing is monthly, I'm doing an update on an action plan. I did it in September, I did it in October, November, I will do one after, probably next week, after this meeting. And it's just what has happened since the last time, what progress have we made on this and different stuff like that. We've placed them on our website, that's one way, in that information center. And we kept them all there so they can just see as we're going along. They go out on social media. They go out in our newsletter. You can see our next newsletter has some information about it. Social media.
We've actually shared with some of the legislative members that we've met with.
Yes.
So, the
Yeah.
governor's office.
So I just wanted to make you aware that that's one thing that we're doing to get communication out, stuff if you haven't seen them, but
What tab is that under?
you go to our website and then resources across the top.
Actually, you can
And
find it
this,
even quicker. if you-
oh, okay, okay.
Sorry, if you go to ksbn.kansas.gov, Colton has put it right in the middle of the page, right there on the left-hand side.
I forgot that, yeah. There's several things in there, but the action plans are there.
Mhm.
We do refer people to those, and I have had some comments of people who have looked at them and found them to be very helpful. Thought it was a very good idea of the board to continue to communicate the actions that we're taking. So I think people are looking at it.
Questions? I will just comment, I do think that there has been a lot of effort made to put information out there in a really public facing way on the website. I've gotten better when I get some emails about first going to the website. And I feel like it's updated frequently with lots of information, and I think it's very helpful and useful. So I might just recommend, if you don't, have spare time, you think about just go hop out there prior to the meeting, even just quarterly, it's good to take a look and see what is on our website, because it is a lot of information, and I recommend it often when some of these questions arise, so. Yeah. Okay, so we will move to our consultant presentation. So I'll ask Jay to come up here, and then maybe Carol or Adrian, who one of you provide an introduction or.
Colton, can you queue up that presentation?
Adrian's worked with her.
Yeah.
At National Council.
I can, yes.
Well, I'm happy to invite our colleague, Ms. Jay Douglas, to our board meeting. Jay has served in Gosh, a lot of different capacities, but I got to know her best, serving on the NCSBN Board of Directors. When she was president, I was treasurer, so we worked very closely in that regard. And served and have been a part of a lot of different things, for nursing regulatory boards across the United States. Her experience, with Virginia, I'll let her give you a little update on that, but, when we thought we needed some assistance, I knew of where to look for, and Carol was definitely in favor of that, so. Cue up you, Jay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President, board members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and have the opportunity to talk to some of you throughout this process. And to Adrian's point, I think it's really important to remember that this board and staff certainly well thought of at the national level at NCSBN. This board has a history of being very involved on committees and on the board of directors, and I had the pleasure of being president when you got the award for your achievements as a board. So it's kind of full circle. Glad to be here. I'm, as Adrian said, Jay Douglas. I am the former executive director of the Virginia Board of Nursing. I moved into what I like to call preferment in September of last year. Not ready to quit work, but ready to do it on my own terms. So I've been enjoying that time and doing some consulting work since that time. I think it's important to give you a little bit of background to the Virginia board as to why perhaps Carol's, suggested I come and take a look at things here. When I first started on the board, I was the deputy for discipline for the Virginia Board of Nursing, a board of about 220,000 licensees. So I lived, breathed, and did everything else related to discipline for 3 years, and then moved into the executive director's role and held that position for 20 years. Had no idea when I went into nursing regulation, I would be here, anything more than 5 years. Who stays, and should people stay after 5 years? But as you all know, being on the board is the kind of work that you learn something every day and you get bit by the bug, and I learn something every day there, so I was thrilled to do that. In Virginia, and I just had a conversation with some folks in the audience, that all health regulatory boards do come under one umbrella agency. But as I was explaining to someone in the audience, they're not, one umbrella board is not the same as another. So just to put that in context for my involvement, my role, and my expertise I bring to this, there's shared services between those boards, but each board has its own authority and role and responsibilities and full responsibility for licensing and discipline. So that was my experience. I was heavily involved in the disciplinary process as an executive officer for the board. That's the way it happened to work in Virginia. As Adrian said, I was president of National Council State Boards of Nursing and had the, I don't know if you'd call it a privilege of 4 years of being president. You could promise 2, but it was 4 years and during the pandemic. So I replaced the CEO during those 4 years of time frame. So interesting times. I want to thank the staff and the board members who I've interacted with, but particularly the staff who I've throughout this process asked for information, and they've kept sending it to me as I went through this review of the disciplinary program. And that is where, that's the scope of what I was asked to do. So I have not, extended my reach and, touched on some other areas, but certainly focused just on the disciplinary process. And I think you should take a lot of credit as a board, because really to take this proactive step of having somebody come in, it's so easy when you're in the middle of things to, you're close to it. So to have somebody that can step back. And yes, I know that you certainly, there were some stakeholders that had some opinions about how things were going, and the legislature was certainly taking a look at things, but you identified some of the areas that I'm going to talk about in your strategic plan that you currently have in place. So as I talk about some of these things, you may go, well, we already thought of that. Why is she talking about it? But I think it's important to affirm that you're moving in the right direction. And also, hopefully, I can move into a little bit more specificity about some of the areas that will help in guide things going forward. So let's go from there. If you want to move to the first slide, what we're going to do is
There you go.
okay. Does he want to expand this?
Well, that's-
Yeah,
Yeah,
slide
Say
down to
it's
side.
not in presentation.
Trying to get,
Yeah.
I think it's, I don't know, you can chime in, Copeland, you know.
Anyway, I'll start talking and they can fill around with that if they can. So today, just want to give you a brief overview of the program as I saw it in looking at it. Looking at areas of strengths and areas for some improvement. Talk about some of the challenges that face the disciplinary processes and, after sitting in on your meeting most of the day, I can say that you could close your eyes and probably be in many different jurisdictions, that we have some common issues that are occurring and new, but I think there's a lot to learn from other states and other experiences because we all deal with similar things, but have to come at it a different way sometimes because of statutes and regulations as well. Talk about program structure and data management and actual discipline processes and procedures. I'm going to talk a little bit about reporting of data and have some recommendations for program enhancement and your commitment to public protection for the future. We can go to the next. So, as you all know, no surprise to you all that onto the purpose and objectives of the disciplinary program, obviously your public protection is your mandate, and that's why you're here. And, from what I heard from everybody I talked to, that's the focus of everybody going forward. You are a complaint-driven agency, responding to complaints and violations and having to address those effectively and fairly. We will talk about, obviously the program evaluates structures, processes, and strengths, but perhaps talk about ways to go about that on an ongoing basis to take a look at, how you're doing and what you're doing. You could move to scope and methodology of review. He's still catching up with me on slides, so. Yeah, there we go. And thanks so much. So as I mentioned in the beginning, this started out really, some of this started out with your strategic plan that you developed, which started out a year before there was any real public concerns about the disciplinary process. And I think it's important to remember. I've talked about my expertise as a nurse and regulator. I don't think you need to hear any more about that. I want to just share with you how I went about this, because I think that's important in terms of the method of evaluation. I did review all your statutes and your rules. I had interviews with key staff and with 4 board members, including the president of the board. I've looked at certain disciplinary documents, communications to licensees. I've looked at your website. I looked at your workflow, the disciplinary workflow, and if all board members have not seen it, I just want to give kudos. I think it was perhaps Rachel who put together, there's a flow chart about application review and disciplinary review that was presented as one of the packets that went to a legislative committee, and that's a great outline of the process, and particularly the processes that are governed by statute and by rule. And a lot of what I'm going to talk about and recommend certainly doesn't have to do with having to change statutes and rules. I know Charles is breathing a sigh of relief. She's not going down that train. Workflow, procedures, policies aren't governed by, as long as you're meeting your statutory requirements and your rule requirements, there's a lot of other things that can enhance programmatic activities and increase efficiency and move forward in new ways to look at innovation that are totally, within control of the board and staff. And a lot of these things are operational, and some of the details of the workflow, I've talked to Carol certainly as we've gone along. A lot of those things can be implemented by staff should you choose to go in that direction. I also, as part of the evaluation, had an interview with Charles, and I did also review the packets that were submitted, the submissions that were submitted to the legislative committee, the responses to the questions. So, and I have listened to all the hearings. I have listened to board meetings before. I've listened to some of your practice committees. I've listened to videos of some of your licensees that have put things out on social media. So I really tried to take the broad perspective And as I said earlier, when you're one step removed, it's easier to step back and see, okay, I can see how that was, that was the perception. So we can move forward to the strengths and areas of improvement slide and the one after that.
Is there any way to increase to full screen?
Yeah, we're.
Or just even presentation mode to get rid of the slides on the side?
Yeah, that's a.
And so I lose the ability to control it and show it on YouTube at the same time when I do that.
Okay, all right.
But on YouTube, it is full screen, so they can see it in its full glory.
Wow. You want to? We might have some copies of the PowerPoint. Right, I think Carol's prepared with some copies of the PowerPoint, so that might help you if you want to make some notes on the PowerPoint directly too. This is the flow chart I was referencing. So when you get it, flip over to key strengths of the disciplinary program, because that's where I am. I meant to say in the beginning, if you have questions, if you want to hold them to the end, because I may end up covering something that you're interested in. So if you have questions, you can put them to the end, that would be good. And I also want to say that, the things that I've identified and looked at are based on what people told me and what I read that you had either submitted to another entity or was on the website. So, if you wonder where did she get that, it came from one of you or something that was published. So if there's a question about that, we can look at it. All right, so key strengths. I think that, I think certainly due process compliance. I mean, whether sometimes people's perception of due process can be affected by the communication that goes to them about process. But certainly in terms of meeting your statutory, obligations, your attorneys certainly, make sure you're in line with that. And that's certainly the strength that I see of the program. Another strength being the patient and profession protection. And when I say profession protection, I'm not talking about advocating for the profession. I'm talking about advocating for ethical practice and standard, practice within standard of care. You do have within your statutes and how you function through the disciplinary programs and rehabilitation pathways, essentially through this SANAP. And I will say that I did hear some concerns about that program as I went through this, both about efficiency, cost, and some quality concerns, but the scope of my review did not extend to that, to an in-depth look at that program. I do have a recommendation included at the end that does address that, but I did not, that was not not within the scope of what I was asked to do this time, but I think it's a strength overall of your disciplinary program that nurses are afforded an opportunity to be rehabilitated, to be monitored, and to look at practice, safety practice through those mechanisms. So not all boards have those programs. A lot more do, but not all boards certainly have them. I think another key strength is you already started to make some operational improvements. I think collecting information from some other entities, and because of some of the questions that are being asked of you, I'm very aware that in some of the areas I'm going to touch on, staff has already started making some changes. My word of caution there would be, though, is to be careful not to just take one thing from one other place that looked good, and to make sure that you really, from an evidence-based standpoint, take a close look at multiple options from other states or other ways to do things, and look at what's best for Kansas, because one size does not fit all. I think additional strengths that's come under these umbrellas for me is certainly the strong work ethic of staff, the commitment of the staff and the board members, and your focus on public protection. And everybody I talked to, whether it was board member or staff, was very interested in looking at different ways to do things, continuous quality improvement, and that's what makes, good regulation. The other thing that I think is a strength for you that you may not realize that a lot of jurisdictions don't have this, you do have the ability to do some communication outside of in-person meetings and to have some virtual representation of what you're doing at the board. Not all jurisdictions have that, for example, for Virginia, everything had to be in person in the room, and there was, so it does give you some way to both share information with stakeholders, but also to process some of the work that you do, related to discipline within the confines of what your statutes are. So let's move next to challenges facing disciplinary program. On to general challenges, case processing and resources. I think it's important to remember that, the discipline program for all boards is your highest risk area. I mean, and you've already kind of found that out. I mean, I think came to your attention more through a licensing issue that was, became a discipline issue, but, it's a high risk area. And it's typically high risk because of the patient safety issues, and the legalistic nature of what you do. And I think it's very difficult for board members because you're appointed by the governor, you're plopped down into this, quasi judicial environment. You're expected to be, have a lot of legal knowledge and understand due process and know all the ins and outs of that with really no prep. It's nothing that, really prepares board members for functioning in this role. I had a staff person that worked for me who'd been a nurse for many years, and that's the thing I remember she always said was, she goes, there's nothing in nursing that prepared me for working on the board. And there's really nothing that prepares public members or nurses who are members of boards for, you may have served on boards and understand governance, but in terms of nursing regulation, it's a whole new animal. So you have a tough job, which makes the importance of preparation to do what you're asked to do even more important, and clarity around policies and things like that. Certainly one of the challenges is high volume of cases and limited resources. You are staffed pretty lean here at this board. And so you do a lot with little, but that has its limitations because you can get one big case that takes up a lot of staff time, a lot of board member time, and then what happens to the rest, so high volume and resources is an issue, resource constraints. And resources too, in terms of board members and their involvement in the disciplinary process. It's important to always look at what's the most effective use of board member time. And so I'm going to challenge you all to look at perhaps some different ways in terms of the workflow that might help in terms of more effective use of board member time. Because it's not just a matter of your availability, how many days you have to be at the board, or when you serve on that committee, it's when you're here, then how is that time work? And, staffing limitations and resources are always an issue for boards, unfortunately. So I think another challenge is that your current regulatory methods really have moved to a point of favoring enforcement over a balanced, risk-based and proportionate approach. I think you identified in your strategic plan, this was an area you wanted to look at. And I think you're starting to do work on that. And I think that's important. As I said earlier, you're statutorily set up to be a complaint-driven agency. But things have shifted a little to some internal identification of cases and non-compliance that has overall seemed to have moved you away from moved more into a culture of enforcement versus a balanced risk approach. And I'll talk a little bit more risk-based approach. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And I think that's a cultural thing. That's a thing in terms of conversation, not only looking at processes and looking at how you handle certain situations, but what you all as a board, and when I say board like that, board and staff determine, where do you want to be and where are you going forward? But I can see from your strategic plan, you had already identified wanting to move in that direction. You talked about just culture this morning, those kinds of things. Communication challenges, yes, it's a challenge keeping all stakeholders informed throughout the disciplinary process, and I think there's two stakeholder groups you got to think about there. You got to think about the nurse, who is the subject of a complaint or is subject of a disciplinary process, and the communication to that individual, whether it's verbally or in writing, is key. Because one can get a perception of maybe I'm not being treated fairly, or maybe there's not due process, when in fact it's a communication issue versus any real issue that's in the process. And then I think, so there's the individual who's affected, and as I used to always say to my staff in Virginia, you know, you come before this individual's ability to work. You come in between your individual's ability to work and feed their family. And, you know, you've got to work within certain statutes and regulations. So you're not always delivering good news when you're saying, well, this regulation requires X. And so it takes a very strategic approach to help that individual understand, you know, that process. And then I think the other communication challenge, and I heard some mention of this in the meeting this morning, your other stakeholders, you know, the nursing groups that you have relationships with, the legislatures. Our world of regulation is complex. And I always think about, you know, that the nursing organizations perhaps understand a little more because they understand the profession, but I always feel bad for our legislators who are not nurses or medical professionals. And we know how complex this work is. And then in a soundbite, they've got to understand this bill that's thrown in front of them, or you're trying to educate them about something. So it doesn't take a one and done. It's a continual, and it's developing that relationship, like I know you're doing some work on, so that, you know, they certainly will call you they'll call you as the expert before making some assumptions on something that's put before them to act on. Then another overall challenge, which I did not have on here, but it really does come under, it can fall under one of these buckets, is most of your time seems to be spent on minimal risk and low harm matters. More of your time is spent on that than the high risk patient safety issues. And when I say that, I mean, there is a lot of energy spent on practicing on expired license cases, no CE, those kinds of cases where there may or may not even be any patient involvement, you know, negative outcomes or anything like that. So I think that's all part of moving towards a more proportionate and a risk-based culture. So moving to the next slide, emerging themes and issues of concern, and some of these you've started to address. You all know that concerns including licensure renewal notifications, reinstatement delays, and inconsistencies in disciplinary decisions and sanctions have been identified. Made a lot of headway on the renewal notifications. I think on the reinstatements and inconsistency in discipline decisions and sanctions, you know, that's where you as a board looking at perhaps adopting some matrices and some guidelines in terms of sanctioning. I'll talk a little bit more about that. That's a way to kind of increase consistency. Communication and collaboration, customer service is certainly, I touched on that earlier, is important. External, you know, communication to customers and enhancing that staff collaboration between the teams that are focused on discipline, whose work is discipline. You know, as I talk to some of the staff, I think, and this is natural in some ways, but it's something you've got to constantly work on. People that are in different divisions whose daily work pretty much revolves around discipline, needing to really understand the other person's role and having appreciation for some of the constraints. And so I think bringing those people together more for not only would improve quality, but that communication that ends up in a better process. In terms of resource management and oversight, I mentioned earlier, yes, you are lean in terms of resources, but I think there's some opportunities to look at some reallocation of staff or of functions that might assist, and I'll get to those with more specific recommendations. In terms of oversight, one of the things that was interesting to me as I looked at the whole process here, and it's come out of an historical, I think historically, advice given as to role of certain staff. And I think, you know, Carol and I have talked about, as we talk about staff reallocation, and there may be some situations where right now this bucket of work goes to this person, maybe it needs to go to a different person. But also the role of the executive administrator, and historically, long before Carol's time, I think too, historically, the executive administrator has not been very involved in the disciplinary process. And I heard from staff that certainly they would welcome that, but I also heard beyond the complaint phase, where Carol's quite involved with Linda in terms of looking at complaints as they come in, there's not the same involvement and oversight of that disciplinary process, because she's not involved in a way that can be as helpful to you and can be helpful to her from a management standpoint in looking at, well, where are our risk areas or what are the trends I need to look at. So I think that's certainly an area to look at. I heard the conversation today about, you know, the Evoke system going in place, and I can tell you how fortunate you are that actually that's moving forward, and discipline, you're starting with discipline, because it is clearly have been a burdensome system manually for gathering all the data that everybody related to discipline has been doing for years and years. And the disadvantage to that also is it means that it's very difficult to create reports that are going to give you your key monitoring points, your performance measures, or even establishing any measures of performance, because it's all done manually. So that is good. My word of caution with that, though, is the system's being built to be able to track cases, and you know, you'll have all kinds of other ways to communicate disciplinary information internally and case manage. There should be some thoughtful discussion about what do we want the system to do for us from a reporting standpoint. And also, you want a system that when you're setting up a system like this to make sure it's, for right now, unless you have any statutory changes, it needs to mirror what your current processes are, not go, oh, well, this system can do X for us, so let's now have it do this. You know, there needs to be that thoughtful discussion. Is that what we want the system to do? And is it capturing what you really need? But I think the reporting things, you know, because if you look at some of the feedback you got about sanctioning and consistency there, well, if you can pull some reports that help you look at trends, then you can analyze at a board, what's our historical data and where do we want to be going forward? And in this kind of case, what kind of action, you know, do we typically take? Just looking at my notes here, I think, and along with these, I think it really dovetails to what I mentioned about reporting to being able to measure case resolution timeframes and being able to measure even within the board. How long does it take us to handle a case at this stage of the process? How long is it taking us to handle at this stage of the process? And overall, what's our target? Do we have any performance measure targets? I would encourage you to look at that. We move to the next one. Actually, you can actually move to program overview and case tracking. Yep, you're right there. Thank you. So as you know, the disciplinary program purpose is to investigate allegations of misconduct and protect the public safety. We've talked about manual case tracking challenges and the new system to be implemented, and that will take time. And I think the other thing that's important to remember is it is a huge time sucker, for no other better word, from staff up as you're implementing those things. It takes a lot of work to put a new system in place, so it won't be, you know, you'll have some tweaks with it. I think hopefully some of the other states that are putting in Evoke will start meeting and share best practices, so you can end up with the best, products yourself. I'm hearing some of the funding quotes from some of the other states for this. Some of the cost is exorbitant. And that certainly, becomes a challenge with fees and your board operations. So it puts boards in a tough position when all of a sudden, they're retiring assistant. I mean, you've got some notice, but not enough to really respond fiscally to what that's going to mean. And we all know that the technology innovations are always, always expensive, but I think that's a challenge you're gonna have to deal with, unfortunately. So, we keep moving on to the discipline process and procedures, and we'll get into a little bit more nitty gritty here. So as I've talked to board members and talked to staff, very aware that with your current structure, you have an investigative committee with 3 members who are determining probable cause and sanctioning for disciplinary cases. Unfortunately, the rest of the board that's not involved in those activities have very little knowledge of the disciplinary process, the trends that, you get reports from staff, you get statistical reports, but you don't get the experience with the process. And then, you have somebody like your board president who's having to then talk with Charles about some legal matters and cases and has not had the opportunity to be on an investigative committee. So one of my recommendations is going to be to look at how you do that in assigning board members, and I'll get, more specific about that. It was interesting earlier when you were talking about the nomination committee, and just as an aside, do have a good examples from Virginia of how that nominating committee worked. And that I think one of the things I didn't hear talked about as much in that conversation, which you can really add to enrich it, is really identifying the competencies for people. And in my world in Virginia, those board members had to have certain, to be an officer, it was because they did the formal hearings, they really had to have the expertise. But I think it puts you all at a disadvantage in terms of those of you that don't serve on the disciplinary committee. You're hearing reports, you're held accountable by the legislature and the public and everybody else to know what's happening with the decision making and sanctioning, but you might not have the level of detail that makes you that you're even able to ask the questions that maybe you should ask in a board meeting about things, because you don't, not about specific cases, but general things. And then I think the limitation, and that's where the executive officer often has a key role in bringing forward to the board things they're seeing, things they're aware of in the disciplinary, general things, not case specific, in the disciplinary process. So I think more involvement there would be very, very helpful. Looking at case review challenges, and as I talked with people about that, I got varying level of detail, varying thoughts about how much detail that board members have on cases before they're in a position of needing to make a decision on something. And I think perhaps, and this dovetails to the best use of board member time, there may be a way to look differently of how the cases are prepared and how information is presented to board members, so people on investigative committees, feel like they have a fuller picture, and it may be a little more efficient. And I'll get into specifics about that. I think, some of the more in-depth pre-review of evidence and probable cause kinds of information could streamline some case handling and reduce some delays. And I think this is an area where perhaps some increased delegation to staff of certain types of ways you want to handle certain kinds of cases. There was already some level of staff delegation in the beginning of the process related to complaints, and are we going to move forward with this or not move forward with that? But once you're at a point where you've been able to look at some data and you've looked at your history and you've looked at what your cases are, then you could look at categorizing certain types of situations where it's delegated to staff, very specifically certain staff, to make decisions so that your investigative committee doesn't have to spend time on X. And all these things. And I think I'll probably say it again when I get to the specific recommendations. These aren't all quick fixes, and that's important to remember, it's much easier to turn a tugboat than it is to turn a cruise ship. And the work you do is cruise ship work. When you've got processes and cases and, statutes, that's cruise ship work. So, it's going to be important to look at what's short term, what's long term, and what do we need to do. Okay, if you want to move to the next slide, let's see if my notes here or something else. I'll just pause for a minute and I just referenced it, but your complaint intake process seems to be working pretty well. I think that's Linda and Carol look at the complaints as they come in and they look at, what do we have jurisdiction over? Did the person even give us enough to do anything here? So that process works well and takes care of some things up front. But your licensing, particularly your reinstatement processes and some of your CE, looking at CE and licensure renewal things, really is creating cases for you. Because non-compliance or somebody indicating yes to a question on an application appears to trigger the opening of an investigation. So what that does is that then moves it to investigative staff who are highly skilled, higher paid, have those other high-risk cases, patient care, impairment, that are really the things that should be really worried, because you want to make sure you deal with them expeditiously. And they're not complaint driven, they're self-identified internally. And I really would encourage you strongly to look at, yes, there might be non-compliance. Is there patient harm? Did you have any kind of complaint from anybody else about this person? And really looking at that with a very balanced approach, because your rate of opening cases and doing investigations on applications is quite a bit higher than I have seen in other areas. So that's an area in the initial part of the disciplinary process I think is important to look at. It may be that's where there could be some shifting of staff duties, and that's more operational stuff that Carol can look at. But, if there's a yes to a question, then instead of perhaps it moving to an investigative level for full investigation or investigation, perhaps it moves to another staff level for some follow-up with that individual first and some discretionary look at it instead of it being a routine thing that goes to investigation. So before you create that additional burden, which passes down the chain to board members and other staff, look at it up front. So you do have a complaint priority system in place that works really well. I think your initial complaint matrix could probably do some work, and I think you're already looking at that to kind of expand that a little bit. So I mentioned that. Okay. Let's make sure. In looking at I mentioned the minimal exposure for a lot of board members to the investigative process, and also looking at board member time. There may be a way to involve more board members, or to have 2 committees, or to do some different things that, that kind of split up the workload. And I can get a little more specific about that, but I think it's really important that as board members, before you get something to act on, somebody else has really thoroughly looked at all the information to determine, does it really need to come to you? Does it need additional information before it comes to you? Because one of the things I heard as cases go through the process is sometimes by the time it gets to legal to work up, then it's got to go back for additional information, or when they look at it from an evidentiary standpoint, then perhaps what you thought about in terms of a sanction there's not enough evidence to support that, and we've got to look at it again, and it goes back to the committee, right, you know, rightfully so. It's not like anybody's making a decision against what the board has made, but it's duplication of effort. And so that was an area that I looked at, and also looking at delegation. There are certain kinds of cases and how you want to handle those. All right, so we can move on to the next hearings, appeals, and sanctions. Let me just say, you're fortunate to, that you have the system you do in Kansas when most of your hearings go outside of the system. You know, I came from an environment where we did 150 formal hearings a year and 650 informal settlements. So, you know, if you have a good system that, you know, the decision was made long ago, but because of that, as board members not being involved in hearings for individuals, it does mean that your preparation, the information you have about discipline, your understanding of what is going on, you're well prepared for the knowledge of that. So that when you are in situations like you've been in recently, of questions being asked, you don't necessarily have to be the ones answering the questions. That's why you have an executive administrator and you have counsel. And however, I know as a board member, you want to feel confident that I do understand how the process is, and I feel like we're going it about it the best way. I think when you talk about, you know, nurses do have the right to counsel and they can appeal the decisions under your law and all that. I think it's a perception issue in terms of, you know, because in your current process, a nurse typically doesn't have the ability to come before board members, then they feel like, well, the board doesn't care, or do they even know what's going on with me? I didn't have a voice. So therefore, it increases the importance of the written communication, and it increases the importance of when there is interactions with staff verbally, might be negotiating, things might be back and forward, you know, in terms of a settlement, that communication is such that the individual really understands what is, you know, what's happening here and what are my rights. I don't think it's a situation where people don't have rights. I think it's how they learn about what their options are that be improved. The sanctions and case statistics, your disciplinary sanctions, of course, you know, range from letters of non-public to license revocations. And when I looked at 3 years of reports from NCSBN, so your data reporting goes into the National Practitioner Data Bank, it goes to nurses, it goes to NPDB, through every disciplinary action you take, goes through NCSBN to NPDB, and it also goes into nurses. So nurses has some wonderful reports in the system that can be used also for oversight. And when I looked at your three past years of actions, the highest category was reinstatements, which is unusual compared to, you know, what I've seen. And I think that goes back to you're spending a lot of time on the CE types of cases, the reinstatement kinds of situations. It is important to note here that although there was some mention in one of the documents I saw of the nurse licensure compact having perhaps increased discipline or increased the disciplinary caseload, in fact, based on your reporting to nurses, you only had 3 or 4 cases against multi-state privileges in the last 3 years. Now, you might have had complaints, but you've only had 3 actions. So the nurse licensure compact is not creating a situation where there's a danger to the public in Kansas because these people from out of state are practicing. It's also not increasing your disciplinary actions or your caseload greatly. So I think that's important to look at. You know, it's very hard on sanctioning when you're looking at sanctioning. You know, each case has to be looked at individually. Each action you take, the investigative committee knows this, that serves on it. You know, each case, you gotta look at the facts of that case, and you were within the confines of your law and rules. And it's very hard to keep track of in your head, well, what do we usually do for this? You know, what do we usually do for that? And so that's where looking at some sanction reference guidelines, looking at some matrix. And as I brought this up in some of the conversation with staff who had some hesitancy about sanction referencing guidelines, it's important to look at that as you go down that path. You can choose to go down that path and look at it. And I think by your strategic plan, you're planning on doing that. It is really important to look at the fact that guidelines are guidelines. That doesn't mean in every case, if the guideline says this, we have to do it. You look at what's your rationale for departure, but it means that in the majority of cases, you're consistently doing X for the similar kinds of facts. And that's the advantage to that. Mentioned here about the Kansas Nurse Assistance Program. And there are some concerns, but I did not go there. It wasn't within the scope of what I was asked to do. I've actually just if you move forward to the reporting disciplinary actions to the national database that just summarizes what I just said to you about the 3 places you report to. That's something that the staff does on an ongoing basis. At the time, I was unable to gather data, not because anybody wouldn't provide it to me, but it was the time frame on this. Carol and I think first talked the end of October, and the goal was to meet with you today, December 10th. So this has been a short turnaround to look at a complex program. So I was not able to get from NCSBN does measure, well, how long does it take people to report from date of action? That is something to look at. Is the timeliness of your reporting good? Now, I can guarantee you, if you weren't reporting timely to NPDB, you'd be getting a federal ding. So I'm sure that's within, but there are some nurses and some nurse licensure compact and other standards, time frames, expectations of reporting that at some point might be good to look at. So let's move to recommendations for program enhancements. Some of this will be a repeat of what I've said, but just to reinforce the overall recommendations from me would be to implement a principled, proportionate, risk-based disciplinary framework to ensure fairness and consistency. To continue to move forward on some of the things you've already identified. To staffing and resource optimization, to increase and reallocate staff resources to reduce case backlog and fully utilize skills effectively. To look at, particularly with some of these application type cases, are we fully utilizing the skills of an investigator? Is an investigator needed to do this, or is it a matter of writing back and gathering some more information and then having a review with the executive administrator of what do we want to do with this situation? I think the board increasing delegation, all those things will help reduce board member burden. Ongoing training and education for board members and staff. It's very difficult. I've heard board members say before, well, by the 3rd year, I kind of know what I'm doing. And one of the things that I adopted in Virginia from National Council that Adrian can speak to at the NCSBN board we did, and I think I recommended that, you have, I would assume you have I think you do have an orientation for new board members. We moved to a point where we did that annual orientation for new board members became an annual orientation. And so everybody went through it every year, even if you've been on the board for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, because you all know, you sit in these meetings and what percentage of it, you take some things in and after you've done the work, you realize, oh, I need to understand that in a different way. So I think the education here too needs to be focused around once you decide as a board, you're going to continue to move forward, or you're going to move forward with a more right touch regulation approach, then is everybody trained? Does everybody know what operating philosophy we're coming from? And are we all coming from the same lane, from the same sheet of music? And obviously your technology engagement, you certainly already started that process, but I think that the add-on piece, look from my view, is using that technology not only to help with your sanctioning, looking at sanctioning data, but also using that technology to look at how do you measure performance and how are you going to monitor caseloads and timeframes to disposition. Because, you know, for us sitting here, we know how long it takes to do a case, but the piece to think about, particularly in terms of external case holders too, is the impact that has on that nurse in the workforce. And I don't know how many nurses I've heard over time who, even though the complaint they had with the board was very minor, because the minor ones take longer because you're high risk, need to be moved quickly. And, you know, some nurses make an assumption, well, I can't work, or I can't take a job, or, you know, what do I do? And so, one of the deputy secretaries we had in Virginia once, I'll never forget, he came to the agency to do a presentation. He goes, you know, you need to worry about those C and D priority cases as much as you do the A and Bs, because those people are sitting out there not practicing with great confidence because they think the board's about to yank their license, even though that might not be, you know, the facts of the case. So, so my overall, I'm going to talk you through my notes of some overall disciplinary recommendations, and then I'm going to break them down to short-term and long-term. And I think, you know, certainly in terms of next steps after this, we've had some discussion of, you know, how you want to move forward with things. A lot of the detail in here is more operational, process, policy development, those kinds of things that working with Carol and staff, you know, can be implemented as is realistic and as you all decide how you want to move forward. I've already mentioned the principal proportionate risk-based approach to discipline. I think looking at a goal of decreasing the agency initiated cases consistent with a complaint-driven regulatory approach is important. Increasing the delegation, looking at staff resources and reallocation, and continuing to examine any efficiencies and duplicative steps. Looking at reducing board member burden. And I heard you were doing it today. It was in one of the, you've been doing it, Carol's been doing this for the last few months, but you know, you've got your strategic plan is good. It's not just all about discipline, obviously, but all of this, I think, dovetails under the strategic objectives. But that ongoing monitoring of the progress, and do we need to change streams anywhere, you know, change directions is important. So, let's look short term. I would say complete the streamlining of the licensure renewal notification process, and you heard reports this morning about how that's happening. I would suggest revising, updating, really looking at the reinstatement licensure applications, and really look at, are we only asking the things that are really required in statute and rule? And then how do you gonna handle those, particularly for short-term lapse licenses when you have no complaints, you know? And looking at the process for that internal review, maybe shifting some of that so there's not the automatic case opening. I've already mentioned shifting perhaps certain administrative activities that go to the investigators, moving them around to other staff. I think initiating joint investigation and disciplinary council joint meetings that perhaps are facilitated by Carol as the leader in the neutral party, and look at agenda items that are of mutual interest with the goal of process improvement, with the goal of what are the trends, with the goal of, well, when the case gets to legal counsel, what do we really need in that investigative report? And can we extrapolate from that for certain type of cases? These are some of the investigative guidelines. You've got some investigative guidelines, but really adding to the list of those. So making sure everybody understands the other person's role in the disciplinary process, because the outcome for the board then is to have a better product and is to have things put before you that you know can need to act on. I would suggest revising licensee written communication to include some more plain language and perhaps more neutral tone that's less legalistic. You know, people get lost in that, and they get scared by that sometimes. And take another look. I know you've done a lot of look at the website and revisions on the legal section of the website. I'm not sure, I might also maybe use a different term than legal, you know, for a nurse, that's kind of scary, you know, and, or I don't look at that because I'm not in legal trouble, so it doesn't apply to me, but you know, when I first looked at that whole, it's great, you have a section of your whole process and what are the rights and everything, but I think look at it with the lens of plain language and understanding, because I didn't know your Kansas process, but I understand all the language, and I had to sift through it a little bit to go, wait a minute, am I following this correctly? So once again, it's easy for the person on the outside taking a look, just suggestions. I would definitely, as I've mentioned throughout this process, the executive administrator's role, increasing that in oversight, monitoring and quality improvement of the disciplinary process, and dispel this myth, and I think Charles is on board with me about this, dispel this myth of, you know, which is what I heard from a lot of people, well, Carol can't be involved in that because there's a conflict. Well, you know, Carol, as your administrator, is not a decision maker, and having involvement of somebody at a high leadership level who can help give you feedback on trends and, you know, not case specific things, but and being aware so she can proactively bring back things from the national level and everything could only enhance your process. I would encourage you to review, and we talked about you're spending your time on the lower risk things. One thing that I think is worth visiting with your general counsel is the statutory provisions for emergency suspensions and ensure that there's a good internal process for handling such complaints. And there you're really egregious cases. And apparently you all haven't had any of those for a long, long time. And so that have gone through the emergency suspension process. So I think it might be really important to revisit that statute, your counsel's advice to you all on when that statute is applied, to make sure that as some of these cases come in that, and it's probably going to fall in the significant investigation category, do you have a process in place, and is that being bubbled up? And that's certainly in terms of awareness of something the executive administrator needs, you know, to be aware of. I would suggest that you secure a third party to conduct a review of your KNAP program. And I say that from two perspectives because of some of the things that I heard that I wasn't, you know, delving into that. But I will tell you that this is a high risk area for boards around the country right now. And there are a couple of boards that have had some significant legal challenges because of how their program was administered, that came about from participants' complaints, but, you know, came about other ways too. So just a periodic review of that program, make sure it's meeting your needs, look at what you as a board need from that program. Strongly suggest that. So those are more some of the short-term things. That list is more short-term because the process changes you can't do overnight, and you need input from everybody, and you need to really look at, you know, what are the unintended consequences, and if I do this, can I do that? So long-term, and I say long-term because some of these things you go, well, you should do in short-term. Everything can't be short-term. You don't have the resources, and there's the ongoing work that needs to be done. So some things have to be long-term. You all will decide whether they're long-term or not. You all will decide whether you take any of these recommendations or not. So I would suggest securing an external customer service training to deliver training for all staff, right from the person who answers the phone all the way to the end of the disciplinary process. You know, the training being focused on conflict resolution techniques and communication strategies in a regulatory setting. you know, it's very different than, it's very different in other environments, customer service. And probably staff are going to throw something up when I say this one, but decrease the commitment. I would suggest you decrease the commitment of some of the board members on the investigation committee by perhaps looking at having 2 investigation committees. You then broaden your knowledge of your overall board. That one committee doesn't have to come in as frequently, and you've now got 6 members who are involved in the process. So just. And I know to have to handle administratively, I have 2 committees versus 1, but you know, it's all about you all feeling confident that with the responsibilities that's given to you by the statutes, you have the involvement and the understanding needed to, you know, discharge your duties. I would suggest, and maybe this gets down to the nomination process you're looking at, nomination committee, if you look at that, that you require all board officers to serve on an investigation committee for a year before election to the president or vice president. That would really help the president or vice president when they have to step in and make those decisions and work with Charles on, you know, whether it's an appeal, whether it's a reconsideration, whatever it might be. So that might be one of the competencies you're putting in. I would visit the possibility of more respondent direct participation in case consideration than currently exists. And that, you know, I don't know what that would look like and whether that's possible, but I'd at least revisit, you know, a discussion and also look at what information do people have available to them when they're offered a settlement, when they're offered a consent agreement. Did they see all the evidence that the board looked at before they agreed to that? Do they, you know, I just suggest revisiting that. How could there be more direct respondent participation? I would suggest revising and for the staff in the room, you know, they understand a lot more of, as I'm saying some of these things, they live it, and so they probably get sitting there going, yes, that sounds good, or no, that sounds horrible. We know that what Carol and I have talked about is, you know, there'll be an opportunity for us to talk about the operational things that impact, flesh out the suggestions a little bit more on things that don't require board authority. So this is not, this is just recommendations. This is not action. And I think really important that nobody goes away from here, no staff goes away from here thinking, oh, I need to do this, or let me act on this, or let me do that. You know, after I have gone through finished this list, it's up to Carol and your board president to determine, you know, where you go from here. So, I would suggest revising the case review process so that each case has undergone a staff review of evidence, looking at things through a probable cause lens, before it's presented to board members. So it reduces, it doesn't mean any decisions made by staff, but it means the case is prepared in a way and put before the board where really needs to be put before the board, or based on delegated authority for the board. If you do a strong review of the case before it goes to the board members, under parameters they've established, it might be, there's not even enough evidence here to go any further. That might have not been picked up in the first stage, might have been picked, you know, so your investigation committee is focusing more on the sanctioning, but has all the evidence available to them. Mentioned developing investigative guidelines based on case category or more than you currently have. Talked about sanctioning guidelines, increasing delegation to staff on the application process piece, and continue to work on examining all processes through right touch culture. And developing case standards and timelines. So you can look at what is it, you know, for a priority A case, a serious case, what's our expectation? You know, knowing that you can have standards and you can have guidelines, and there's always going to be the anomaly. But what can the public expect too from a case that's low priority versus a serious case? So I've kind of went off, I've covered my last two slides in what I just spoke to you from my notes, the short-term and specific long-term. Recommendations, and I think in terms of, opportunities, we've talked through some opportunities, some, you're clearly committed to public protection. And you've got those strengths and that you're committed to due process. And I think there are some improvements. You've got to look at some opportunities for improvements. You've got to look at what fits, what works. And as I said, earlier on, I would just caution you to make sure as you're trying out new things or borrowing things from other jurisdictions. First of all, of course, it's got to meet within your statutes and rules. But as I said, a lot of what we've talked about is really not governed by that. So you've got to look at, and as a team going forward, with people involved that have knowledge of the disciplinary process, look at options and look at what's best for Kansas, not just pick one from somewhere else and, I'm gonna go with that. So I think, overall, as I started out saying this, and I think it's true, you will have a good reputation as a board. I think when I came and first met with the staff at the last site visit, I said, don't let the opportunity, look at the recent legislative reviews, yes, as opportunities. Don't let any negative impact from that. Use it to motivate you to do what you're doing now, which is to look at continual positive improvement, but it doesn't define, who you are. And yes, I totally, I've spent quite a bit of time talking about reinstatements and lapse licenses and all of that. I totally get it. I'm a nurse. I totally get it. It is not the board's responsibility. It is not the employer's responsibility to renew a license or remember to renew a license. It's mine as an individual practitioner. But I think you then got to look as a regulatory body, where do we focus our energies? Look at the patient harm and the risk in those situations. And perhaps, we in regulation like to take on everything. Yeah, we do. We like to take on everything. And if I have practiced on an expired license in a facility, the board doesn't have a complaint, and there's no evidence I asked for some more information of any patient harm. Is it a risk? Yes, but is it the board's risk? Is it the employer's risk? And perhaps we need to, employers are famous for reporting things to the board, hoping you'll take some action so I don't have to deal with it. I saw that all the time, and a lot of things are up to the employer to deal with. So I'll just throw that out there because I know it's a hot topic, and I think as you look at your proportionate and risk-based approach, that's an area to really look at. And when people are then in the position of being in a reinstatement process, then they can't work until that's reinstated. And so even if in situations you determine, well, for a period of time that it's been lapsed this long, we're going to take action, then look at the process for reinstating them so they're not sitting around without a license waiting to be reinstated if you're really not going to do, if you're going to do something non-public, or, how do you treat those reinstatements differently? So I really appreciate the opportunity. I think nursing regulation is really important work. It's very interesting work. The board, you're fortunate. You do have a great team of staff. And I know in listening to you today, and those of you that I had the privilege of talking to individually, board members are all very committed to your role and your work, and it is important work. And this board does have a good reputation nationally, and just keep moving forward. Thank you, Madam President. I'm happy to answer questions if anybody has.
Yeah, we thank you for the time. I think I learned a lot just from our conversation.
I appreciate that. I think we have certainly a lot of interest as a board in where we can make improvements and trying to revisit our processes. There's lots of things in questions, even when I hear the term guideline and review of cases. I'm a clinical trials nurse, so gray areas make me really uncomfortable.
Right.
So, I think we just all really are trying to do what's best for the public. And so trying to keep all these things in mind, which you've given us a lot of good shit to think about. But that's.
I have a question. Thank you, Jay. You were really great to talk with earlier, and this presentation was excellent. I think all of us are interested in not just accepting what we've been handed, but modifying things, and you've given us good, very productive opportunities and options. One thing that hangs up a bunch of our cases is non-response to subpoenas and non-response of licensees. How did your board handle that? And like, you set timeframes for non-response before they're moved back? Because we've had long-term care businesses that have gone out of business and their records go somewhere else, or hospital mergers and the records go somewhere else, or the licensee just doesn't respond for, multiple times. Like, how do you?
You talking about during the investigative process?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Certainly we set timeframes. I mean, when the communication went to the licensee or to the subpoena went out, there was deadlines of when to respond by, right? And, typically, there'd be a second attempt, and then there was documentation in the investigative file of how did we attempt communication, what was sent, down to, this is the letter that was sent on March the 1st, and then on March the 10th, we did X. So that when that comes before a hearing officer, or that comes before, the board's looking at a case, you can see documented that the attempts were made.
And we have that for licensees. I've been shocked at how many facilities just flat out refuse to comply with subpoena power. And that's one of the things that I don't know what our remedies are.
Yeah,
To compel that, or report it, or sanction them for.
The most
failure.
successful thing we had related to that was, it would tend to be some of the same facilities and the same corporate ownership, is to figure out the right person to get to in that facility. And the investigative staff, or even the director of the state and staff, contacting them and, explaining why it was needed, developing that relationship. Because often it was because we used to get, it was a HIPAA violation for us to give you those medical records, and those kinds of things. And so, it took often that reach out, particularly that, and if it's tends to be the same person over and over again, but otherwise, unfortunately, just gotta move forward. And then, if you don't, because they didn't respond to the subpoena, so maybe it's medical records you're looking at, and you get non-response, well then, there's not much, you don't have evidence to support, moving forward all the time. But you have to look at, do we have enough with everything else we've got?
But you're asking, how long do we wait?
Yeah, like what's an appropriate amount of time to wait on that to hold up
An investigation, whether it's.
Well, might be something your council has some advice on. I mean, typically it was 15 to 20 days, and then. So. But, that's probably something, because you want to be consistent. You want everybody to be consistent in that time frame. But I would say, general counsel or discipline council might want to set some parameters for that. Everybody stick to them.
Well, you did know we do have a priority for moving along the unlicensed practice. We have weekly, bi-weekly
Yes,
meetings.
yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that came
No,
out.
thank you for saying that. I did, yes, I did know that there's the weekly meeting, so to move stuff along, and that was developed and, put in place in a way to, yeah, so that's, that's good, yeah.
And that's for renewals,
Mhm.
unlicensed practice,
Yes,
and
yes.
new grads.
Renewals.
Reinstatements, excuse me, wrong,
Yeah, yes, reinstatement.
reinstatements then, but yeah, that we're.
And that
Constantly working on it.
included, conversion.
Conversions, endorsements, initials.
And I think even looking at that, what are the things that come in that weekly? Are they things that need to go to that weekly meeting? Or is there things like conversion? You know, if you either meet or you don't meet a multi-state requirement, you know, so it might take you as the board president or whoever saying, you know, we'll delegate X, that category to someone that can move it along without coming to us. And, you know, each board has its own culture about that and how much you want your hands on things. I can tell you that was not something that ever, conversion application didn't ever come to, you know, staff handled that, but that was, you know, delegating.
Bad checks.
I'm sorry?
Bad checks. We look at those too.
Oh.
So, I mean, when we're talking about what do we need, and I understand previous board members have wanted to be.
So bad
on
check,
the-
so.
If they
what
haven't,
Came to you on that, what would come to you on bad check?
the fact they haven't paid the fine or where they went to renew and it got declined.
So you get a report on those?
We get reports and then we have to
Add them.
delegate that back to the attorneys, to take it forward. And again, if there are things that like that they don't, and given your board, whether they want to be the ones to make all the decisions, which is where a lot of that came from what I have historically.
Well, and that to me falls under that category of is it best use of your time? And,
Yes.
you know, a bad check's a bad check's a bad check. That you've got to have those, you know, that's not from the side how you do it, but I would say, look at those categories of
looking at
things
it.
too and say, where are you with that?
Yeah. And I guess I have one quick question on the clarification of your recommendations. When you say have staff look at these complaints or issues that come in, sort of a probable cause lens. You're not saying like staff, are you talking about general counsel?
Yeah.
No, you're talking
Not
about staff.
necessarily. I think that's something, there would have to be more discussion. It doesn't have to be, some boards have RN staff that are trained, people trained to do the review of cases.
And right now, our committee is determining problem cause.
Yeah, that's it.
Instead
I
of
think that's
having the
important.
attorneys do that first, and that's something I think should be
Reversed.
reversed.
We've
Because
advocated for-
We've got some that we've read 20 pages and we're like, okay, was there anything actionable in this? You know, we have to get the attorneys to advise us.
So, wait, let me say a little bit more about that, and, you know, it's totally dependent on how you want to function. But, and I didn't say this name, but one of the other things I did through my review was to talk to several other jurisdictions, because I didn't want to make sure I was coming at this through the lens of that's how Virginia did it, right? And so there certainly was some support from other boards who said, no, my staff, they happened to be nurses, but you know, my staff reviewed the cases, looked at where there are possible violations of law or reg in this case. Was there even sufficient evidence to move it to the next step, or did it need to be a closure? And I know in Virginia that was started because of a large caseload and realizing that board member time, you know, is difficult to put that before all the board members. And then it's moved on to the next phase for actual, you know, the staff aren't making the decision to close a case. So, you know, some boards do get to the point of, for these kind of cases, we want to offer a consent agreement for X, you know, but all of that comes in doing a real study of your data, where you are as a board, what you think is important to act on, not act on, and coming up with some guidelines for there. But my main point in that was, because I will say, I spoke to board members and I spoke to staff, all the investigators, discipline counsel, Linda, last week again. But some varying information about the degree of how much information board members have when they're asked to act on something. And also, you know, so I think that I am proposing something that when you as a board member get a case, that acting on it somebody has screened it, done a summary of where that case, is there sufficient evidence for it to be in that part of the process? Is it ready for you to act on it?
Okay, can I add? We have tried having, more meetings, more frequently, and all we did was overload the system. Right.
And as I said,
because
you can't,
we can clear the cases, the board can clear the cases. But there's only so fast they can go through.
right, well, what happens if you do, if you decide to reallocate, look at who's reviewing what before it gets to the board? Will it take longer to get to the board initially? Yes, but when it gets to the committee, then moving it from that, it's much more efficient, and moving it to resolution becomes quicker, because then what legal counsel is getting on the end after that committee is a product that is ready for them to move forward on.
That's why I was in reference to having two different investigators.
Right.
We just be churning them out. But then we'd overload again.
Well, you look at your timing, it doesn't mean you have to even add the number of days per year that an investigative committee meets, but it means, but you have 6 board members who are involved in those activities. Doesn't have to mean you're doing more frequent meetings, you're just having double the amount of people being exposed to that kind of work.
Did you ever run into a conflict? Like, and this is where I question sometimes, like, what are we using as a driver, where we should figure out what's the best process, and then we figure out how we apply that to the rest of the needs. So just thinking about like an agency head, if you have this person who needs to be removed from any of the activities that have happened through the investigative committee, but you are, really, you're diluting your pool of potential people to serve in that role if you have the bulk of your board serving on investigative or having served at some point. So how did you ensure that there was a continuous person who could be excluded from?
Well, I think that's where apples and oranges, we can't necessarily compare because of the different process. We did have to constantly look at case conflicts because all the board members every board member was on a discipline committee. Your equivalent of, and then we had a formal hearing process, which is different than yours going, to the hearing outside. So, but we always had to look at, so that person couldn't serve on that. But I don't think,
I think we could figure, I don't know that that would be the driving reason why we set things up, but it's come into conversation.
Yeah.
It's a good point in terms of.
well, you've got to look at
President,
every
although
facet of
changed the language, but the president has been served in that role, which then has excluded by fact then participating on some investigative, so it's just something to think
Yeah,
about.
no, exactly, and, yeah. Yeah. And that's why I said, I caution, really got to look at unintended consequences, and you've got to look at the whole, you've got to have some thoughtful progression to moving it. And just out of the discussion of some of the suggestions I've had, you may come up with other ones that just opened up, Yeah, Linda.
I think these are all great recommendations. I will say with the Evoke system, there is a means to be able to do a quality review once the case is done by the investigator. So that will be done then by myself or whoever we decide to do before then it goes to legal review, and legal can look at it before it actually goes to board.
What is it quality, what's the system?
Make
for
sure-
quality?
Well, which is a review of the evidence is there, or, is the summary complete enough? Are there gaps? Sometimes there's evidence that's missing and they're wanting more evidence on
So,
something.
but how does the system,
The system won't, it'll just get transferred for a quality review by certain RN and RN staff.
so now with the new system, you change the process?
Because this is the current process that we've always had. I'm not a fan, but it's like, this is the way they've always done it, and they've
the investigators have done the investigation. They've created the summary, it's gone to board has done everything.
Right.
So now it's, the evoke is going to allow us to have those stop gaps, so that what does come to board will actually be cases that then they can make those decisions on. And to have more board members look at cases, it will also allow you to document. Like if Amy Hyde is looking at this case summary, she will be able to document that she looked at this and this is what she thinks. So disciplinary counsel knows to correspond with you as to if they have questions. Does that make sense? But that's in this new system, but we're not there yet. We're
So I
close.
okay, and that sounds good. I hear what you're saying. I caution you back to make sure you decide what you've all decided the process is gonna be, and then use the system to make that happen versus the other way around. But it sounds like there obviously is some functionality.
Option, yeah, but how it comes out, yeah.
Yeah, because the actual full review of the case, the system won't do that. It'll tell you, no, I don't have anything in evidence tab number 5 is empty,
No,
but
that's
it's not
actually
gonna.
somebody's putting their eyes on an RN's looking at that, so they can see.
And I think, look, in a system like that too, it's really important to look at the integrity of the case file, because in your current system, it sometimes goes back to the investigator who then puts the file together and sends it back again. That seemed duplicative in some duplicative steps there. In a digital system like this, you gotta be very careful that what's your the integrity of that file that's going to hearing or going to develop a consent agreement, that you're not moving it backward and forward and pieces are getting changed. But that's why one of my recommendations was work towards a system where you don't have to send something back and forward. Once you're done, you're done. Keep moving.
Well, thank you. It was a very informative presentation. I know we have a lot of review and work to do, but I think that's what's important. I appreciate the short and the long term. So really to focus on how can we, rather than be overwhelmed with a lot of information and what do we do with it, like what can we focus on to really move towards it. So.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity very much, and certainly I can, follow up with Carol more about specifics and,
Well, I have for you, Jay, just on behalf of the board, just to thank you on that. Think of us when you write.
Oh, thank you so much. It's great, appreciate it.
Right. Thank you. So, we have, as we make those additions to our agenda, we have an executive session to go to. So, yeah. Start with one. Yeah.
You wanna take a break, please? Or no? Here's the clock. We got it.
5 minute break, or can we, yes, we need a 5 minute break. Okay, so we are gonna break, it's 2:33, 2:34. So. We make it 5 minutes. So let's make it to the 40, we'll come back and then. And we'll break it. Okay, so we're back in open meeting and we're gonna have a motion for executive session.
Just be there or, I think you can.
Why do you go?
So let's just.
Pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2, I move that the board recess into executive session for 40 minutes to reconvene at 15:20 PM. The meeting will be reconvened by Zoom and on the 5th floor in room 509 of the Land and State Office Building. As stated in the notice of the meeting that was sent to individuals who requested the notice and is published on the board's website at www.ksdn.kansas.gov. Justification, this consultation with the board's legal counsel, Assistant Attorneys General Charles Mashiers, Jesse Burris, Sydney Winslow, Samantha Harrington, and Rachel Kinney Tennant. That would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. The subject matter to be discussed in the executive session concerns legal issues related to internal procedures and statutory compliance. The board's executive administrator, Carol Nolan, Linda Davies, and Adrian Guerrero are included as the client.
Okay, we have a motion. Fair second? Second, Michelle. Thank you. Any discussions? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. So break for executive session.
Hey,
Okay, thanks. We're back in open meeting and we're ready to take a motion.
Madam President, Board Member Brenda Sharp, I move that the board approve the bill draft to KSA 74-1112 and authorize Carol Moreland for introduction in the legislative session in 2026.
Second, or Pesa.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Unopposed, no. Motion carries. Okay. So we are going to have another motion. Sorry, in a moment.
Maybe something.
Y'all have a black last clause.
Promise, I'll do my final time. All right, thanks. Michelle Terry, board member, I move that the board delegate to board staff to finalize a draft and propose revisions to ASA 65-1117, 65-1120, 65-1120A, 65-1121A, 65-1129, 74-1110. And a proposed addition of an impaired provider program statute for the Kansas Nurse Practice Act. Based on the information received during board review and KSBN Investigative Committee Statute Review Work Group, a finalized draft will be provided to board member Brenda Sharp for review. Board delegates authority to Brenda Sharp, authority to approve a final draft for introduction.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
When opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna take a motion for an additional executive session and okay.
Pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2, I move that the board recess into executive session for 15 minutes and reconvene at 3:40 PM. Meeting will be reconvened by Zoom and on the 5th floor of room 509 of the Land and State Office Building, as stated in the notice of the meeting, and that was sent to individuals who requested notice and as published on the board's website at www.ksbn.kansas.gov. Justification is consultation with the board's legal counsel, assistant attorneys general Charles Michelle, Jesse Burr, Sydney Winslow, Samantha Harrington, and Rachel Townsend, sorry. that would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. The subject matter to be discussed in an executive session concerns legal issues related to internal procedures and statutory compliance. The board's executive administrator, Farrell Moreland, and Adrian Vale, and then David's included as required.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
So to make sure the 15 minutes and the time will. be matched.
Sorry, so 15 minutes, it's 3:27. We'll be back at
3:45.
3:45.
3:45.
Okay.
By the time you get there, do anything and come back. 3:45.
Wait, we have a motion and a second. There was our discussion. Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes. Yes, opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thanks, Celeste.
Must be still on the 15th.
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're back in open meeting and, we are ready for a motion.
Madam President, Brenda Sharp, board member, I move that the board adopt the KSPN internal policy regarding cases with evidence of violation of only KSA 65-1120 and KAR 60-3-110W. The policy will be reviewed on an annual basis or if an earlier need arises.
Do we have a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second Phyllis Watkins.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay, thank you. And then we have one other additional update.
Just one very quick update. Thank you for working with us on these patches and stuff. These are some instructions, how to do a patch that might be on some of your computers. If you wouldn't mind doing that before the next board meeting. If you get stuck, then Colton, Tony, or I know, we'll walk you through it, but they did a good job creating steps, so they'll probably pop up on. Yeah, you're gonna need to.
So we need to initiate.
It's in my, I think we've got a few of you over the past few days, but it does take about 30 minutes or so to update. Otherwise, your cameras might start blinking and all that stuff. That's part of what happened.
Okay. Okay, so I don't believe we have any other items. Thank you for that update. Thank you, board, for all your work in this year 2025. Appreciate all of you.
Okay. Thanks, Colton. We'll chat a little later.
I feel like, sorry, I did not see agenda.